Oh, that was a really harsh cut off there on the music. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of the Elendor Chronicles, brought to you by the Component Cast. We are here for yet another wonderful week of Dungeons and Dragons. But before we move on, a few little bits of housekeeping. All of the Retbury arc is now up on YouTube. That you can all get in our archive format on our YouTube channel. That's all up there now. Links are in the panels if you're watching on Twitch. And hello if you're on YouTube. Please consider giving our YouTube channel a subscribe, as it really helps us out and helps us promote the show even further. So do pop over there. Even if you're a live viewer, go say hi in the comments. We'd love to see you there. Other than that, we are here to talk about our returning sponsors. So we have Music D20, of whose music you can currently hear. Music D20 are an independent composition team that aim to bring your TTRPG table to life. Their entire catalogue, including loopable tracks, are available to their $5 a month patrons. Check them all out in the links or in the panels below. And the way that we're hearing these sounds are the wonderful people over at Syrinscape. Syrinscape, thank you to you and to your company for bringing these amazing atmospheres to our table. You can add sound effects and more to your game when you download the Syrinscape app on desktop or mobile. The app comes with 20 sound sets to get you started and is completely free. Go to Syrinscape.com or follow the links in our panel /description to find out more. Without further ado, though, let's get on with tonight's episode of the Elendor Chronicles. We stand together, foes, friends, and unaligned, to set right a world for the mortal kind. At this, the apogee of all the bloodshed, this great summit where fate hangs her solemn head, it is up to I to duly justify what will happen to those from heaven high, from down below in plains of such hatred. From fire, earth, air, and water created, those of fey and bewildering wilds, even to us, which divinity doth smile. So I put to you, the immortal titans vanquished, I say leave with honor, or be banished. For those that leave with their heads held in dignity may stake their hold on mortals willingly placing their faith in your sublimity, yet those that refute my generous overture, those who would see to destroy mortal love, art, culture, their freedom to choose, fight, fail, laugh, and grow, I shall strike them down with a banishing blow. Those that shall not heed this decree for warning will find their flock in despair, mourning the loss of their god, for I will cast out that rebellious soul without a doubt. Your time is over. All is said and done. The war is past us and the battle won. So, hear my decree, or forget your litany, for now is an age of true brilliancy. The past is the past. Your dominion is all but your. Now is the time for Elendor. Are back. Who would like to do the recap this week?
I did it last week. 1, 2, 3, not it.
So
I already have inspiration.
The party, after being momentarily incapacitated by a brilliant flash of white light, awoke to find that the enemies they had been dealing with had either mysteriously disappeared or been entirely vaporized out of existence, coming to the conclusion that the key that we had brought to the warehouse was responsible for this said effect. As they took a moment to recover, a certain familiar face, Greer, made an appearance in the warehouse, coming to play the head of the council and stop Blackjack from basically pulling a coup d'etat on the council and taking the power for his own authority. But Greer also came to the realization that he may not be the best individual to open the cage and find what is inside, and so we were tasked to be the ones to do it. There was a lengthy discussion about whether or not the implications of what was inside the cage were worth opening it, but eventually the party acquiesced and decided to see what happened when we did it. We were basically given a warning that the key, once the door had been opened and the item inside removed, that the enchantment would fade and the cage would no longer be magical. We wandered inside to find an incredibly lavishly appointed hallway, complete with bedchambers, cooking areas, and such, that of which would be well at home for a noble's bedroom. After some investigation, we found a collection of books in a variety of languages. We found a warforged that appeared to be somewhat on the down. His mentality not as stable as it may have been in the past. And we made a connection with a young girl who is evidently the long-lost princess of the nation that Zep is from, which, apologize, I don't remember the name off the top of my head.
Lederungsland.
Lederungsland, yes. She had been missing for 75 years, yet she seemed to think it had been less than a day had passed. Like she had just woken up this morning that the cage had been opened and had no idea any of this has happened, waiting for tutors to come and teach her about the languages of the world and all the things she was meant to learn, as her father, as we had come to realize, had apparently orchestrated this concept, though perhaps not this particular instance, as she had been missing and been searched for many decades. We removed her from the cage, and with some clever use of Dust of Disappearance and Zedaar distracting Greer with two incredible rolls that I still can't believe, we managed to convince him that the rest of the party had been trapped inside the cage with it, and the key had lost its magic. Greer, at which point, just said, "You know what? This is not my problem. Here's the money. You go have a good life. I'm going to pretend to have never been involved with this." The party split up. We reconvened after hiring a boat, managed to sail out of Retbury once and for all, having removed our marks, and are making our way to a port to hopefully return the young girl, Johanna, I believe her name, to her father and their kingdom.
Correct. That was actually a very, very, very detailed recap. Thank you, Lake.
Can you tell that I do this for a living?
Yeah, there. Have your inspiration point. You get a cookie. Yes, I don't think I even need to add anything there. We left off as the metropolis Isles of Retbury silhouetted into the horizon behind you as you sailed towards the Reanian Empire. And unless there is anything anyone wants to particularly do on the ship, we will scoot on past.
I think that Ruby was coming so long, and thanks for all the fish the entire time.
There was one thing, and this is something the group kind of agreed on. So we want to make sure that we come up with a name for Johanna so she is not so easily recognizable. She might need a disguise. If people are searching for her because she has been missing, we want to make sure we get her back without the wrong people finding her.
Yeah, it is a very good idea.
Why don't we let ask her?
A reasonable suggestion.
For the time that Ruby's gone, she's actually going to try to be working the Zep to learn his native language, if that's possible.
I mean, yeah, you would. It would take time, but you could definitely learn. And if he's open to help, he can help. That's a long-term downtime activity, though.
Yeah.
I mean, intelligent characters obviously will have an easier time of it, but yeah.
Also, yeah, I can certainly help with that. The only thing is, I also want to be changing my infusions around, which I know would technically take only one long rest, but making
learning an entire. Sorry, go ahead.
Just making my blunderbuss into a repeating weapon.
Obviously, learning an entire language would be a bit of a hassle. But how long would it take to get to the point of not conversationalism, but just common phrases you would use? Like if you're going to a country, just like, I need help. where's the bathroom, things like that. How long would you think it would take to pick up on something like that?
If you had a list of key phrases that you wanted to do, and you could easily get the translations from Zep and learn like the phoneticisms, and you learn it almost like a script, then you could learn certain phrases in no time at all. But to be conversational, even remotely, will take time. Just under the mental faculties of the ability to learn. I'm personally am someone who really struggles with languages, so I always have that sort of marred view on learning languages.
I don't.
That's quite difficult. But I will say if it's within your own realm of doing, I would we'll roll on it basically.
Ruby's relatively intelligent. I think she's sitting at about 13 intelligence.
I also say because in D&D, it is very common for characters to be polyglots, and we all know the more languages you know, the easier it is to learn new ones.
Oh, absolutely. You could definitely learn a fair amount in the travel to this nation, especially if you know other languages in the surrounding region, because in this world, Shelts is very close to both Albine, which is the Reanian Empire's original language, and also Fionian, which is the French. It's like it's the linguistic group of Shelts, Reanian, and Fionian. Albine, and so Shelts, Albine, and Fionian basically formed common. That's kind of how the world languages work.
I'd imagine right now what she's trying to do is get key phrases: "Hi, hello, how are you? Where's the bathroom? Where's the beer? Do you speak Fionian/common enough that get by?" That's the key thing right now. She's not trying to hold a civilized conversation. She's trying to be able to catch up, at least greet people.
And you're being taught by a bona fide genius, so that probably would help.
That definitely does help.
Ruby's not a slouch, but all right, I get what you're telling me.
And Darius will continue helping. Oh God, it's been a week, so I've forgotten her name.
Johanna.
Johanna.
Or whatever she wants to name herself.
Yes. I'm continuing because I set this up last episode, getting things ready for it. Teaching her common.
Okay. Yeah, you can definitely, because you started making those cue cards, etc. You can definitely start.
I am no slouch either. I have a higher intelligence than Ruby.
Yeah. Yes.
You're not nearly as beautiful.
It's definitely an intelligent group of people.
I mean, I'm not a slouch in that area. Darius is not a bad looker.
Darius is just above average.
I am good at everything.
I mean, the lowest intelligence, I think, of the party is Valmir, and he's still completely average intelligence.
I think I'm the only one with a negative stat other than somebody's wisdom score.
Also Valmir.
You're muted, Valmir.
Yeah, Lambert, you're on Discord.
I roll like shit.
Zep, would you like to ask her if there is a name she would choose for herself as an alias until we get back to home?
Yeah, and I'll turn to Johanna and say, while we are traveling with you, it would be wise to travel incognito. Do you have a recommendation for an alternative name for yourself?
You could use my mother's name, which is Sophia.
Sophia.
Does anybody have a disguise kit of some sort?
Well, I was just gonna. The point wasn't it that I already have an entourage? She's just gonna be part of that entourage. So
sure. I'd imagine after 75 years, there's nobody who's gonna know what she looks like without, being that old. But
except Zep.
Zep, yeah,
recognize her immediately.
I'm not saying it.
Except basically every long-lived species.
It's not out of the question that there's going to be people looking for her. Sooner or later, news is going to break out of Retbury of what happened. Sooner or later, just run on the assumption that there's people looking for her already, and we will be fine.
Even if there is not people looking for her, assuming that there is not going to hurt.
So
no, I get that. I'm just pointing out probably more likely, and this is purely semantic at this point. But I mean, it's not like we don't have time. We're stuck on this boat until we get to shore. I would think the more likely instance is the fact they figure out, one, we're alive, we've swindled them, we're no longer under their control, and we may have a weapon. So I think they're going to be going for that, but that's just Redberry.
We might be able to help ourselves if she allows us to perhaps dye her hair or give it a cut, or both, and change her clothes to not be so ostentatious.
I will say to Johanna, as part of the illusion that we're casting of yourself, are there any characters in your books that you particularly admire and that you would like to embrace?
Physically.
Ooh, that is... Okay.
Very good.
Roll me a persuasion with advantage there, Zep.
Advantage, persuasion. Ooh, I'm proficient in this. That would be a 16.
Her eyes just like flicker with like excitement, and she starts talking to you in a massive spiel about one of her favorite stories from the from Legarong's land of a it's a really old fairy tale pre like Church of Repri sort of official, like this is like folk tales of Lady Genevieve the Green, who was essentially like a folk legend fertility guardian sort of thing, almost like a dryadic spirit of the forest who was well known for like luscious blonde hair and bursting green eyes. And she obviously joined to that quite quickly because the eye color matches. But yeah, so she starts to say that and would love to look like her in any way, shape, or form.
Oh, that might be the wrong way we're going with that calling out some things. Might want to go for more of a subdued.
We can at least make the hair blonde.
Oh, definitely.
I was thinking more like Horsend or the pony with the tie and the... He's describing a ponytail.
Oh, okay.
I was going to say, like,
you don't have hair. Right. Right. You wouldn't know.
You want to make the princess of Legarong's land look like a horse. This is a little bit insulting.
No.
I am just saying that you do the thing where you tie her hair so it looks different.
Yes. Marjorie's sporting it. It's my squire.
He's gonna point at her. He's just like nodding his head.
Yes, like Darius is laughing in character. He's laughing out loud. That's the funniest thing he's ever seen.
Yeah, okay. I understand.
But yeah, you can those who want to help with the makeover / disguise, anything that you're using to help disguise this or what you're particularly doing, please let me know, and this will essentially be a group check with a set DC, and each thing that you do will help bring it down in terms of her disguise.
I'm proposing surnames, like cover names, like cover surnames. We got the first name down, but she needs to have, like, somebody asks her family or something, because she's supposed to be a part of my entourage, maybe a squire in training or something like that, a young squire. She might need that. So I'm proposing ones that are plausible.
And obviously
perhaps she could share. Perhaps she could be playing the part of sibling of one of your other squires.
I have one squire.
Her, then. You have 3 entourage. I don't know what the technical term for the others are.
Where is the other squire from? Remember that Sophia only speaks Skelts.
The other squires.
Marjorie, do you
then,
speak Shelts? No, you're Fionian, aren't you?
Yeah, she's Fionian.
Fionian. It's close enough. I mean,
I believe this would be very insulting.
For real world, Fionian is French, Shelts is German.
yeah. Are they also geographically almost next to each other in your world?
They connect, they border, yeah. You've
it's
seen
close enough. Yeah.
It really is not.
It's
Close
close that
enough.
would be easily discovered just by talking to both of them.
She doesn't need to talk. She's a lower rank squire of a squire.
Zeb, I believe this is a task for you, considering you are so familiar with it.
I know that Lederungsland has been undertaking diplomatic actions with other nations. It is entirely reasonable that one of our own nobles would have been sent as a squire to yourself. Maybe you have squires from different nations, some kind of diplomatic corps.
Possibly. Marjorie was just kind of there.
Yeah, well, now Sophia is also kind of there.
Well, that's fine. Going over surnames. Vendel. That one's a good one. I remember.
Darius, you have something in your mouth. Thank you.
It was the pen.
He had like a dagger from when he was opening a parcel to open his paper, and it just sort of, I guess we hadn't put it away yet.
Yeah.
Zeb, do you have any renown for what it is you do back in Landgland?
Landgland?
I would say that my name would be immediately recognizable for anyone in Lederungsland.
Would it be reasonable for a noble to send someone as an apprentice under your tutelage?
I would say it is. Well, we have apprentices, so yeah, very reasonable, actually.
That seems a reasonable, though, guys, for you, considering also you speak the language. Would make the most sense for it to stay next to you as well.
I think that this is probably. No.
Well, I would say, it's a good point, but also not only having her not only having her tied to you from your location, a well-known name, and with your age and everything, also speaking the language, somebody might be able to more quickly tie that all together. It's like multiple clues leading to a kind of conclusion, whereas if you kind of obfuscate it slightly, it might make it less easy to figure out who she is.
Especially if they do not recognize that she is speaking Skelts.
I was just saying it might be a point. I mean, I'm trying to teach her common. I'm not sure how those lessons are going yet. I haven't rolled anything.
Well, because as we currently stand, we are like 10 minutes into, like an hour or so into the journey.
We'll see how those go.
Yeah, we'll
do
sure some
Marjorie
rolls
can
once we've
teach her
confirmed everything that's happening
something
over the
of
boat
her
ride.
fancy language. I'm not sure. It's got to be some crossover there.
I was just curious if there would be people who would ask less questions just because the story seems so plausible at the forefront.
I would say it's kind of, I mean, feel free to counterpoint, but I'd say it's kind of like you're getting a benefit and a detriment with that, because if somebody knows Zep and Zep is being truthful about how well he's known in there, maybe that means they're also more likely to pay attention to somebody traveling with him. Directly with him.
I must say I prefer the idea of the squire, because it is clear that Johanna is still learning the language, and part of being a squire in another nation is to learn their languages.
Yeah. Let's be honest, I'm not a good teacher here, so kind of tracks.
Yeah, but we can also assist. We are, after all, traveling companions.
Zep, it'd be also easier to say she was your apprentice.
I honestly don't mind. I will go with the group with this.
I was saying it would make more sense, but it could also lead her to be more easily recognized as who she is because of Zep's tie to the area, and
or maybe even less if she is just another person from Lederungsland.
like I said, it could go either way. It mostly just depends on if they know you and and they're somewhat clever.
I think if this illusion is going to be broken, it will be because that a girl has been found traveling with a group and the story from Redbury will have gotten out. That is what will kill us in this. Not someone else just putting pieces upon pieces and coming to a conclusion.
I think we could very easily just kind of bring attention away from her with one of us just buying an extra fancy sword. And that just being the story, because they're going to assume, because they don't know we have a girl. That's not a part of Greer never went inside the area or went inside of the cube, right? Right? No. He never went in the cube, did he?
No, he didn't go into the cube.
No. So he never went in the cube. So he doesn't know what was in there. He's the way we described it and the way that
he also thinks that we are in there. If we are spotted going around with some serious new figure.
I don't think she's going to be uncovered by that. I think they're just going to figure out we lied to them, and now for some reason we're traveling with like a young girl. But given the fact that we've taken kind of charity cases before, I mean, we did we tried helping that young man with his marriage or potential marriage problems.
And you made a good go of adopting a rabbit.
I was about to say this, yeah.
Well, see, I don't know the end goal of that. I'm hoping that sooner or later he's going to figure out that he was better off with me.
We let her decide before. Why don't we let her decide again which she would prefer to do?
She is an intelligent girl.
Yeah.
This is probably even better.
She also just found out she's 75 years in the future, less than an hour ago.
She seems capable. I have faith in her.
Zep, how much has Lederung's land changed in the past 75 years? Is there any, diplomatic map border changes that have happened? I do not know this region so well.
A good question. How much has Lederung's land changed in the last 75 years?
So Lederung's land in the last 75 years has very much internalized itself. It's begun construction of the Great Wall, and is essentially 75 years kind of marked when essentially it was kind of okay, foreign affairs, everything's stopping. We're not going to expand past this border. We've claimed up, we've finalized our borders. We're just going to and they worked on self-growth, and it's been a very, very prosperous time for the nation, in all honesty.
Yeah, because it worked out so great for Japan. I'm sorry, Mitch. Just ruin that concept for you.
I was thinking it's more like the Netherlands. They built themselves up by facilitating trade with others.
There's a lot of parallels with a lot of different time periods and nations in history.
Isolationist America would probably be the better.
History.
Okay. American isolationism.
American isolationism, big business, technological advances, screw the rest of the world. We ain't getting involved. That kind of thing.
But still active trade.
But still massively active in trade. They produce 30% of the world's mineral output. And that really pisses off a lot of the dwarven freeholds. Yeah, Lederung's land is a really unique land. The top soil is relatively fertile, so they still get pretty good harvests. And then underneath is a massive system of caverns and mines and mineral deposits and access to the Underdark, and they're also heavily militarized. A lot of their militarized, now that they've solidified their external borders on the overworld, a lot of their military might has been underground.
I just realized we're not America, we're Switzerland.
You're Switzerland, yeah. Yeah, actually, that's a good shout.
Oh, no.
Anyway.
I do not believe it is worth, debating which is better. I'm not sure it's going to make a difference in the grand scheme of things. Who she ends up being squire or apprentice to.
He is of noble bearing. Squire is more believable for this.
Okay, it is settled. We do that.
All right, Marjorie, make her look the part.
Okay. Do
Yep,
we have any spare stuff that fits a 14-year-old girl?
Good point.
Get the breastplate squeezer.
Never there was a
Marjorie...
time for Kiffis to just start digging through something and find something.
I give Marjorie 5 gold pieces out of my money for when we hit the shore. She is to go and purchase whatever she needs, whatever she would think a young squire would need. What she got hers, or what I guess I bought her when I squired her. So yeah, just do that.
Which is also a good point. Before we hit to shore, it would not be a bad idea to divvy up. Zedaar is just going to hand everybody 100 gold pieces.
Woot.
It also, I have some extra clothes. It'd be a
Is
little
that
big on her.
from the party sheet?
Yes, that's me taking the 1,000 that we have, taking out 700, and leaving us with 424.
Okay, I will update that.
I'm not sure your wardrobe would be conducive to the cover story, Ruby. At least, or are you just talking about for something for her to wear during our trip?
That would work too, yes.
Okay.
I have regular commoner clothes.
Oh.
Again, I'm a different shape than she is, but with some hemming, it would fit. You see, Ruby almost said bustier, but
Probably
thought better of it.
Yeah, she can't understand us, but I'd rather just 14.
Doesn't mean you say impolite things about people. She's 14. Of course I have bigger tits than she does.
Yep. All right. Anybody know how to sew other than me?
I do, in fact, know how.
All right.
And Ruby will go to adjusting some of her commoner clothes to help better fit Johanna, or Sophia now, excuse me.
Okay.
I have nails and pieces of wood if they have any assistance.
You know, he could a form. He could make a form.
I think I'm okay, Zep, but thanks.
I like the get up and go though. That's good.
I'm gonna go with probably not for feet or anything else.
But seriously, I do have crafting materials, so if you need any crafting materials, then I have some.
Ruby's probably going to end up designing what's going to be a comfortable tunic, a rope and hempen belt. She's using that, and a pair of rather comfortable trousers.
That was a lot of dice.
Sorry, I'm
Holy
just doing some character rolling. There we go.
Oh,
That's a bit better.
That's all initiative dice. Get ready.
No, I just
Spanish flotilla.
Suddenly, there's a character on the boat that you never recognized before.
No, I'm rolling. I realized I hadn't inputted Johanna into Roll20.
Enough,
I've got a hardcover. I've realized it might be useful to have her on board. This way.
Why does she have 276 health?
Don't ask questions you don't want to know the answer to.
Quite low for
Traveling with a larval Tarrasque.
And back to her cover name, Sophia. We could go Vendel, Burchard. It's a good one. That one's a very strong one. Herbert.
Turner.
Vendel sounds the most Liederungslandisch.
Actually, all of these are German. I guess the Herbert
does
would
not
be
sound particularly.
Hubert. I think Hubert. Yeah, Hubert.
It is better than any name that I could give you. I am not sure you could pronounce one that I would use.
Burger. That one's another one. Yep, Burger. Let's see here. I'm just going through a whole bunch of German last names. Yeah, those are. I mean, all those are good. I'm gonna say that's all he can think of. He doesn't know a lot of.
Sophia Vendel.
Works.
Okay, that's it for me.
Okay.
Vendel it is then.
Oh, Ruby is gonna pull Zep aside at one point, if it's possible.
Yeah, of course.
I cannot help but wonder the nature of why they call her a weapon. She does not appear to be anything more than a remarkable, but still a girl.
I suspect it is because of the nature of her magical abilities. If they were to be controlled by someone else, it could well be weaponized.
So far, all I've been able to see her do is move things with her mind.
But I am fairly sure that there's more potential, at
There-
least from what we have witnessed.
I would like to not train her, but see what she can do and perhaps guide. I think if we can arrange time in her schedule while we're not off doing, if we're doing a traveling, to see what she is really capable of.
I think this would be wise. From what I understand, your own abilities come from more within than being taught. And it seems that her own abilities work in a similar fashion.
Similar, but not quite. Again, I may have power from inward, but it is still magic. I am still casting spells, even if you can't see it. I cannot make a thing move with my mind. That is, yet, a thing I can do. But when we are alone on the road, if any time, spend an hour or two practicing with her.
Yeah, you have the sailing is going to take you about a day and a half, 2 days, if I remember correctly from what I said last time.
Are we going to be left alone for most of it?
Yeah, the crew are barely coming down to where you are. The only times you see it is every now and then they do a stock check of the spices, but most of the crew go to a different area for their quarters. Every now and then someone comes down to offer food. It's basic ration. It's like a porridge every now and then, or the fish that they've caught. But yeah, you're mainly left alone for this. It seems like these guys are well versed in picking up people who don't necessarily want to be known that they've gone somewhere. If that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sophia, if you don't mind, I have a question for you.
I will be translating if needed.
Yes, I'm running on it.
She turns around and just nods.
How do you access your power? I saw you move something with your mind. Could you describe how you do it for me?
This kind of... Normally, I think the things and they happen, or sometimes the things I do cause effects.
How do you mean? You think something happens. Could you, Ruby will hold up a small sliver of rope, and I ask, could you think this to catch fire?
So she looks at the rope, and she tries to think it, but it doesn't. No, it doesn't burst into spontaneous flame. But
Okay.
when she thinks it, the rope in your hand, it does feel like something starts to pull on it.
Like it's being drawn towards her?
No, it's more like the the rope that you're holding doesn't leave your hand, but it feels like the weight of it leaves for a moment, as if something is affecting it. Like a field is around the rope.
Interesting.
Could you
Alm-
make the rope tie? Could you make a knot in the rope.
She tries that. And yes, after a moment, you see that the rope begins to fold around itself, and a small ribbon-like bow forms in the rope.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It seems she can manipulate objects physically with her mind. Move them, push them, and presumably tie them in knots. I wonder if there is a limit to how much she can do.
Would be curious to see if there are other powers she just doesn't understand she has.
That's what I would be trying to study and train her with.
If it is true and my hunch that she is connected to the divine is accurate, then, well, here's an idea.
Zedaar's going to take a copper coin out, just going to lay it in the palm of his hand, and he'll just going to give her a pleasant smile and say in Celestial, since we've established she can understand it, even though she can't speak it.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you picture my hand, light of the coin, bright as a star?
Zeb stands back.
Yeah.
Um,
Suddenly fireball.
Zedaar does not seem afraid.
No, okay, so the coin between your claws lifts and leaves and begins to spin very, very quickly and very rapidly. And then eventually it does twinkle with light.
Is it a bright light or just...
It seems to be more an iridescent
It's a
glow.
strobe light.
Does it seem similar to any light that Zedaar has used?
Not quite the light cantrip, but it seems like maybe eventually it could have been morphed into that. But there seems to be a different color. There's a green hue to this light that's cast.
somewhere between the light spell and listening to a rave from Cascade. Every time we touch...
Truly, you have a lot of potential, and why don't you keep this? I know it's not much, but a souvenir of everything you will be able to learn.
Be careful, though. That coin might be hot. So not just grab it.
Zedaar will take it first before he hands it to her.
It's not hot.
Well, that was one of my own theories. Removed.
Out of curiosity, what shade of green
movement.
are we talking? Is it like a sickly plague green, or a foresty green, or is it lime green? Just
Mitch's
curiosity.
background green.
Yeah, does it look like I'll be dipped in slime?
Give me a perception check.
Also, was the story she told about her favorite historical figure shared with the group?
Perception.
Yes, I translated that.
Did anybody else pick any connections between those two things just now?
That's
Lady
not
Guinevere,
one.
the green.
So
Jake started glowing green.
It's a dark green color.
Okay.
Guinevere wasn't the Green Knight, though. That was someone else, wasn't it?
Oh no! Genevieve was
Genevieve the green, sorry.
Yeah, her name was Genevieve the Green.
Okay.
That was the thing. But no, the Green Knight is another tale within.
In the Fionian culture, the Green Knight.
There is a similar.
Was a lady.
Yeah, Zedaar is just kind of raising an eyebrow. It's like, interesting.
Guys, we just found the Green Knight, but we don't have enough chivalry to use it yet.
Actually, there is a story that's like that in my Fionian culture tab. Hold on. Hang on.
We're just going to D Bretonia. Elendor's Bretonia. Oh God.
I have to go race some cities now. Excuse me.
See, when you said Green Knight, the only I don't go there. I think of medieval times.
Well, yeah, but you
Oh
know.
no! There's the Chevalier Argent. Yeah. Which is a spectral silver knight. I didn't even clock that. Hilarious. There's also.
Or is this all an elaborate ruse, and this is exactly what is needed for this little puzzle?
Keep the smoke screen up. Keep the smoke
screen up. No, because I did also want to get some like semi, that sort of period folk tales in, like Robin Hood kind of thing. There is like stories in Fionia of like the Yellow Yeoman, who is like a sort of a Robin Hood.
So who's Alan? Who's Alan the Dale?
Anyways.
I don't know. That story isn't written, but
It's in Robin Hood.
I know. Oh yeah, I know. I meant the version of it. I don't know.
Oh, okay. You-da-da-da-you-da-da-da-da-da-da-day.
But yes.
Oh wait, shit, that's a Disney song. Don't whistle that.
Don't say, yeah, stop
I don't want the
that.
mouse to come get me.
So, I'm gonna need a roll from. Let's get one from Zep, from Darius, and from Ruby. Just a d20, to see how the various like disguise and training sessions go.
Would it be
Not
fair for
based
Zep
on-
to sit in on this as well, since I literally have nothing else to do?
I mean, yeah,
Zedaar.
sure. Zedaar.
Zedaar, not Zep.
Congratulations,
It's your
you're now playing
character.
Step.
It happened to both of
It's
us
your
now.
character, Link.
I saw his name pop up in chat. My brain.
We are the Zets.
Exactly
We
the
are
same
the
thing
Zets.
happened to me last week. Remember, I called
Yeah.
myself Zedaar.
He called himself Zedaar. Listen, we just really appreciate a good character.
Z team.
Is it just a basic D20 or not a D20 based on like a
Just-
stat that we're rolling?
Just a d20 for now. Okay. And then, so this is just because this is almost like a Keysian roll. And then Darius, can you give me an intelligence check because you're teaching a language at advantage because Zep is helping you.
Right. And I've made flashcards.
Yep, and you made flashcards. That's very true. You're not
Flashcards,
forgetting.
like, I
Flashcards
love the
help
idea-
me, like crazy.
Darius saying he made flashcards. I actually imagine it's him just rambling off phrases and his age just constantly like writing them down.
Flashcards help. They help me to
There's a
help.
reason they're here, of course.
But of
No,
course,
Darius can write. Darius makes very good handwriting. Beaten
Darius
into
can
him.
Yeah,
write.
why do it when you can have someone else do it while you dictate.
That's
Darius
true.
can write, he just chooses not to.
For many occasions, yes. All right. 19.
Nice. Okay. She seems to be doing really well with the.
Also, he did this with his younger sister. Like standard medieval way of teaching. He was
Yeah.
the older siblings teach the younger siblings how to be people.
Yeah.
For a lot of cases.
And yes, she seems to be learning, picking up on a lot more common phrases. Her accent is still very clearly Shelt's. But
It's
yes, she's
I
picking
mean,
up.
Marjorie has a heavy accent. I can barely understand what she says half the time.
And then
And it changes too. Just random.
Then Ruby, give me a charisma check.
Charisma
for
check?
just for magical stuff.
Christmas
Don't
saving throw
roll
or just
low.
check.
She burns
Check.
down the whole.
Okay. You probe with every now and then with more studies almost of Johanna and try to like understand her powers, but no real graft comes from that. But unless there was anything else that is wanted to be done on the boat journey, the sails begin to unfurl and you hear from above deck, land ho! And then the
Can't imagine they would unfurl the sails that quickly, but okay.
But the first mate of the ship comes down and says, "We are now approaching." Oh my god! I hate my own naming complexant.
Broramavave.
It's your world.
Yeah, Bromarav. That's where you guys are getting off. Remember? So, up deck. Let's get you out.
You guys gave me so much shit last game.
I know. I'd been
Fucking
practicing. I was
bit.
trying to remember which of the towns you were coming into.
It's so
earlier,
easy, man. You can just go onto the map and click
Yeah,
the
I've
button.
done it.
It'll
I
it can
did.
pronounce it for you.
and I did.
Boy, can somebody send me that because I never got the access to that map. That would be really useful. to have.
It's all in the handouts. You have to go to the website, download the file, and then load it into the website. To
When are we?
access
Oh,
to it.
Bromarave.
Bromrave. Bromrav.
Broramavave.
Buramov.
Roramov, according to
Big
I'm
D.
just going with the
Buramov.
very American voice out thing.
temperature, 46 degrees.
Oh
That's
my
kinda
god,
cold.
yeah, that does swallow a lot of consonants.
Brumbarov.
It's 40 Fahrenheit. What's that in like a legitimate temperature scale?
It's
That's
cold. That's
Yeah,
pretty
like-
fucking cold.
That's
Like
pretty
3
chilly.
degrees.
It tells you what kind of city it's locally close to in
I've
terms
never
of
been to
temperature.
Prague.
Okay, well,
Well, that's your
Right now,
problem.
it's 7 Celsius.
Oh yeah, it's pretty cold.
57. Yeah.
it's not Finland
Remember-
cold, but it's cold.
No,
It's a bit brisk, but it's not cold.
Yeah, I'd
Yeah.
go out in a light
it's a
jacket.
wee bit nippy, is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
light jacket, sweater.
actually,
maybe.
it's a relatively sunny day. It's a bit warmer than that if I look at my actual temperature, because
You know what
that's
time
just
of
like
year
the-
is it
the
right
rough
now?
one.
Point.
I will tell
Can you
you
please me
that.
break down on the current wind speed and chill, Midge? I
just
need
want
it.
to know what
He's
time
using,
of year
if he's
it
using
is.
the same website I use, he has that.
I am not,
Nothing
but
says
I
adult since, you know,
need to
I don't care about
program
cold
everything
temperatures.
into that website because I want to.
'Cause that gives you weather daily.
It does. It does give you
Yeah.
daily weather, and I'm not using that. I'm using my own.
It
thing, but
helps.
I do need
It
to get
helps
that.
so much.
Yeah, I need to transfer onto what you use there. No, it is currently. Sorry, I'm just trying to get the calendar up.
You can change the announcer voice, and yeah, there's some real bad ones.
Oh, really?
Rory,
Well,
Reane,
'cause-
Moabe.
It's probably using it's probably using some sort of like online repository or maybe donations.
Yeah, Google English, UK English male, not great.
Uh-huh.
Female is much better.
Where is my calendar?
I appreciate that
Apologies. 2
this
seconds for this.
city is so proud of their symbol. It's just a goat of 2 different colors.
Hey, you know what? You got what you got.
There is
So-
nothing.
I know.
needed,
You know.
so-
So
yeah.
the plan when we land is we need to procure more clothes for her, or what do we want to do as soon as we land so we are not wasting time just trying to make progress?
I was going to send Marjorie and my 2 other peons to deal with that on their own.
I'd be curious to see the local goings on. What
And then,
news
yeah.
of the Empire, and more interestingly, if the Eladrin Empire is doing anything.
Yeah, just gather everything. Maybe just get some horses or a buggy or something, because we're gonna go overland for a bit before we. Well, actually, no. Yeah, we're going. Are we going? That's the thing, because it's changed a couple of times. Are we going overland to Ostfield, then all the way down to Dustaville, then booking a boat to the one to the south? Or are we just going overland all the way down to?
The goal was to find an airship.
No, we discounted that because there's only one airship port on either side, so they could just go. They are going this way. They could just have one guard on either side, and they know where we're at.
Tell you what, why don't me
Talk that
and
over.
why don't Darius and I go reconnoiter some news about what's going on around here? Zedaar and Zep, you find out about getting us some wheels and a horse, perhaps. And Valmir, keep an eye on Sophia.
Can do.
Probably should also provisions or things
Sure.
to get provisions.
Well,
I can
Valmir-
hunt, but
Valmir
Like-
and Sophia, why not go buy groceries?
Okay.
Yeah,
I
nothing
do
extra.
wish to go and find myself a chain shirt. This scale mail is weighing me down. It is too heavy. I feel like I could move a bit faster if I had some different armor.
you could probably trade that in for some store credit with a local blacksmith. Getting off the rack.
Oh,
Shirt.
I mean, I would have no use for this if I get chain shirt. So yes, of course, we could make a trade.
Today is the 4th of Godram in the month of Sunderlam.
okay.
what's that in-
what's that in?
Yeah. What
That
season?
tells us so much.
So it's Summer's End.
Okay. So
Okay.
It's
It's the last. It's Sunderlam. It's the end of summer.
Yours
the
doesn't
last
have
month of
like
summer.
weird extra
So-
seasons like mine does, right?
No. So there, but it's okay. So there 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 13 months, I believe. 11 of them with 30 days, 2 with 35. The end of the year, because the winters are especially long.
Because of course they are.
See, I just went. I just made it easy. It's 12 months of 36 days, 360 days. Works out fine.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, let me just. I think I can send you the.
I'll give you that website. I'll
do
link
it.
you that again.
I mean,
so
I'll I think I've got a page
because then
on
that
the
actually
world
has a
Anvil with
shareable
the-
link that other people can look at for things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to have a way of sharing this calendar, but it seems to have gone from my website. That's why I've been like, it's not there. It's not there. So yes.
So summer. So we don't have to really worry about it being okay. In terms of linear distance, like equivalent, if we're going to
Later on tonight.
fantasy Germany. I'll get it eventually. Give me a year. What's the equivalent distance on like Earth between where we're at, like scale wise? Are we
Hold
talking
on.
like is this from Paris to Moscow, or is this like
And equally as deadly.
300.
yeah. If it's like if it's that kind of trip, we might need to also think about like long term provisions because we might need like
900 miles as the crow flies.
Bit of a hike, but not terribly.
It is unfortunate we are not crows.
It
well
would take us months.
So I will point out that actually from Roramave, there is no direct route to Legrandsland. We would probably have to find our way to the main road.
We could
I
go
thought-
to Trexford to this road.
If I understood the intention, it was to go overland Osfeld to Dustofel, then get another boat from Dustofel to Kosheshin, and then from there overland to Lederungsland.
That could work.
giving us multiple. That way, it's harder to track us. They'd have to
Yeah.
figure out where we're going through multiple forms of travel, which is also again why we avoided the airship because it.
Especially
Only
if we
one way.
leave Brumamave through the northern road and then go overland to the Ostfeld road. They will think we've gone north and not east.
Yeah. Yeah, that works a lot. We want to try and avoid tracking because they're going to come for us eventually.
Mm-hmm.
They'll figure out we're alive.
And I am highly proficient with navigation, so this should not be
Yeah.
a problem.
Well, Darius, why don't you and I go hop around town, see what we can find out?
Okay, so apparently it's the crow. So that's like the equivalent of Chicago to Houston almost in terms of distance.
Day
which is
drive,
something I can,
2-day drive.
yeah, it's pretty long, but but we're walking or on
we need-
horseback.
We need a car. I am on it.
What kind of Mad Max fantasy shit is that gonna come up with?
Well, actually, I was thinking we have a longboat. I just need to get some
war
wheels, and then
rig.
we have a cart.
You just get war drums on the back.
So I
of it and
imagine the
start
party is
playing
going to split up and go about their respective tasks.
If we are leaving this place, perhaps we could try and sell this lifeboat.
Yeah,
we put some wheels on it and make it into a cart.
Yeah,
That's
so
not gonna happen.
it's roughly
That's not
about
gonna
13
happen,
days
Zach.
walk from Chicago to Houston, apparently. Like full days.
That's
That's
24 hours a day
that's by hour. That's 24 hours a day walking. So
okay.
yeah. No.
So divide that.
That's
So divide
non-stop.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
for quick reference
non-stop.
on
walking.
this, characters can travel 30 miles a day.
Okay, so
And that's an
Divide.
8-hour walk. Any more than 8 hours, and you're considered exerting yourself to exhaustion.
What about fast travel?
We have not yet found the
You haven't found the signpost
teleportation
yet.
sigils.
Yeah,
Well, no,
That's-
we
so
haven't found
if we're
the
using-
we
No,
haven't
no,
found
I'm
the
sorry.
sign and
I'm
the
sorry.
Grisland yet, so we can't just
not
yeah, we
not
don't.
Skyrim fast travel. I mean the travel paces.
Oh, do you want to travel by map? Is that what you want to do? You want to travel by map?
No,
I'll just get some Indiana Jones-esque music going, and we'll just...
No. Fast pace versus normal pace versus slow pace.
Yeah.
A faster pace would be 40 miles a day, but that would also be moving expedited and recklessly.
Yeah, if we do the 30 miles a day, we're taking a full month, 30 days.
Yeah. Well, even more so because, like I said, as the crow flies, it's 900 miles. We're going to be we're not flying. So at least
no, we're going over mountains straight. Damn it.
Oh yeah.
But that's also not assuming we don't get a cart and something that makes us go a little faster.
What the hell does the physical map look here? Oh, there's a lot of mountains over there.
So maybe I should try and find some wheels and axles and then put them on the boat.
Maybe we sell the boat. Maybe we sell the boat and get a purpose-built vehicle. Zep, I appreciate the get up and go. It's great. It honestly is.
It probably doesn't make a whole lot of sense for us to buy a lot of land vehicles now if we're going to be getting on a boat again.
Yeah.
Unless
that's true. We could just walk it.
So if we had wheels on the boat, we would still have a boat.
I would say it would very much stand out.
So it's going from car to amphibious assault craft real quick.
So it seems like the smart thing to do here would be to take another boat down to, what is that, Kochisin, and then just follow the road from there. That's more direct path.
But part of the reason of going overland from here to Opal is to throw any possible pursuit off.
It does make sense.
Yeah, because they won't. Yeah, because if we leave here overland, we could go multiple different directions.
And I still don't understand why the airship is not the most efficient means.
Because the airship only has one other place to go on this continent.
Correct. Which means in order to beat us there, they would already have to be there ahead of us.
Unless they had some sort of magical way of communicating over long distances with already established spies.
In which case, they will catch us on the road anyways. At least we would be in friendly territory.
Where does the airship even go? In connection?
Not from here. It is far to the south.
Yeah, it's in the kingdom of Nardafell.
There's two towers in the kingdoms of Nardafell. One in the Othrayan capital of Pitfali, and one in the Nardathelian capital of Jervilu. And that's because they follow the coast. Essentially, there's it's up, but it's just because of how the airships work. They need to stop off in those places. And then from there in Pitfali, it goes over to the Principality of Korzak and connects the two continents. Other than that, there is no stoppage in the Reane Empire for
I'd also like to point out that I would like to desperately avoid Nardafell as much as possible for the same reasons that Johanna does not need to be there.
So, yeah, it was kind of a... Yeah, the airship was just kind of no-go. And all those, so...
I may not be accused of destroying an entire town, so let's not go there.
What?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, that is something to drop.
Yeah.
But, anyway.
Unprompted.
You all disembarked the ship. How many groups have we got splitting up now?
Darius and Ruby are going to go
3
carousing.
Mm-hmm.
Reynard and Zep are going to
Zedaar and Zep. Team Z.
Reynard. They are going out as well, and then Johanna and Valmir are going grocery shopping.
Okay.
With the 3 entourage of mine
so,
as well.
So Valmir is on NPC corralling duty, whilst the rest of you are doing things. Okay.
The NPC does not speak my language, but that is probably going to be fine, right?
Yeah. Remember, Marjorie has 5 gold pieces to spend on getting Johanna everything she needs for cover, just in general. So that should cover everything.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully.
Okay, so let's start with Team Z, Zedaar and Zep. This is when the boat pulls up as well. The docks are at the front of this. So with this particular town, it's a large town. With the dockyard is actually walled within the center of the town. And then there seems to be urban sprawl outside of what seemed to be an older city wall. So there's no castle or keep, so to speak. It's more like it's a defended port. Once maybe a military port. And yes, the ship docks, and you are in the heart of this town. Where do you start?
Good question. What exactly were you finding?
I do not know. Orders were barked, but nobody was confirming what we are doing, and I still think that we are taking unnecessary risk doing this, but it seems a decision has been made.
I still think it
you
is.
two were going for horses and carts, and maybe we're not doing that for walking.
Yeah, I do not think it is worth getting horses and carts for this leg. Horses, maybe. Carts, no.
Perhaps we can see if there is a carriage that we could hire that will take us. It would be cheaper to rent a carriage than it would be to buy a horse and cart.
Or
And that
connect
would
to
get
one of
us
the
down
guards.
to Cochisen much faster.
We'll see if we could rent one.
That seems to be the plan, I suppose.
Can
We'll
any of
hire-
us ride a cart? I cannot.
Well, presumably if we rent a carriage, it will have a driver.
Yeah, but my concern is if we are renting something with a driver, they will know where we have gone.
I am under the belief that if they want to find us, they will find us anyways. It will not matter in the long run.
We can still make it difficult. So I would say, try to rent horses. I do not know if they have a post system or something like this.
Okay, well, so you begin to search the city, well, the town. Give me an investigation check. Either both of you give me one, or one of you can take advantage.
Well, helps out.
Okay.
That's a no-brainer.
I only have a +8.
Yeah, only a +8.
21.
It's not long before you actually get some ground. So, Bromave is a well-known and established trade end route into the Bay of Gold, and beginning route into a lot of the Reanian Empire. So the Reanian Empire is massive on a lot of raw material exports, both in food and also in wools from more centralist parts of the empire, which come downriver to these port towns and then get traded internationally through the Bay of Gold. So it's got a lot of trade infrastructure. And actually in the Spice Grove, which is an area of town which is the central market district of the town, which has got a lot of open market stalls and caravanseries and like a lot of trade hubs. You actually do find a carter's system and a couple of carter's posts, all going in various directions around the empire, including ones that connect just to the other two port towns.
So my thinking here, and by the way, just Braun went with Velmer.
Okay.
So it's just us two. We can either get a carriage like you suggested, or we buy horses here and then sell them at the other end. If this
I'm
is
not
indeed
sure would that be.
a trade
But we-
route,
It might seem like it would be a loss of money for us.
perhaps.
Do horses maintain their value as well as drakes do?
I do not know the usual value retention of a drake.
I cast Uber.
This is one. Actually, you know what? Guild Artisan. I would like to call upon mercantile connections to see if we can get some horses here with the intention of selling them at the other end. We won't say that there, though, of course.
Give me Wall. How do I do a guild artisan check? Give me a further investigation check here, Zep.
We're going to be traveling on the land. Why do we need to sell the horses? I'm also confused about this.
15. Because we're going by ship between.
Zedaar feels like he has just missed the entire planning. It's like, wait, we're huh?
We're going overland to another port to get a ship to another port, and then overland finally.
Zedaar is not used to this beguiling travel nature because he is an individual who just travels freely, talks about what he's doing.
Whilst you don't find a guild connection here that will sell you horses, you do find a guild connection that you, from your past. It's a company that you've bought timber from before. They're actually doing a run down from it here and back to Dusterville. They've got a shipment coming in at Dusterville that actually was meant to come up here. So they're sending a supply train down to pick up that shipment and bring it back up here for dispersal. And they said we could happily get you some spots on this wagon train down there for a very small fee.
Would be what we require, and if we add an additional percentage, shall we say, to ensure discretion. This is guild business.
Guild business is guild business. They quote you a price of about 25 gold for all of you. Down to Dusterville. Because it's not going out of their way.
Seems entirely reasonable to me.
That will for us.
You would have to supply, make sure you had your own rations, etc. They're not going to feed you on this journey.
Yeah, I understand. This is not
That will not be a concern for us, I can assure you.
Oh, cool. Well, they say 25 gold, and they leave in the morning.
Okay, I will pay that right now.
Okay, no problem.
Minus 25. Here is the money. We will see you in the morning.
They say to meet here at the caravanserai that you're at, and you'll see because the carts will be marked with this company's sigil, which is it's two guys with like one of those long saws, cutting through a large oak tree.
I make mental note of the sigil.
That seems inefficient.
You have one person pulling on one end, the other person pushing, and you get action in both ends.
Yes, but it is a sword, not a saw.
No, I am pretty sure it is a saw, but it is difficult to make all the jagged lines in the picture.
Did I just mishear? I could have sworn I heard a long sword.
No, one of those long saws. Sorry, no, that is a saw.
I heard long sword, and I was like, why would you use a sword to cut down a tree? That seems very inefficient.
It would be.
Okay,
end up with a blunt sword.
please. I apologize.
No, it's fine. That's fine.
I think it's better that way around.
Yeah, no, I like that. I like that misunderstanding. But is there anything else Team Z would like to do?
Not for me.
No, we got rations covered, so I'm
Actually,
good.
Yes, there was for me. I would like to find another 100 gold pieces of various crafting materials, please.
Easily done in this town. You're in a major trade hub, and there's a lot of brokering at like trade at bottom prices because it's the central hub where a lot of things come in. So there's a lot of open markets of people buying up bulk goods, etc., etc. So it's really easy to find like sort of bags of say crafting material. It's like groups of crafting material that are where someone's bought a large amount and they've had to not sell like a tiny amount left over that they were just going to tag on to another shipment later. So it's easily done in this kind of city. Let's go to team research and development, R&D. Let's go for Ruby and Darius. What are you guys doing?
God.
Carousing, I think, is what we're doing. Probably
Carousing.
going. I think Ruby would. Perhaps the local tavern, or is there a town crier in town?
A town crier. Give me a quick investigation check as well.
I will assist. Darius?
Can you give me an investigation check? Because you've been
I've been
nominated. You've been voluntold, yes.
With advantage because Ruby's assisting.
Mm-hmm.
21.
21. You find one in like with no issue. You find a town crier, who currently is talking about. It seems like they've been paid to do some advertisement for one of the local for one of the local taverns.
Musicians
It just
through
goes.
Syrinscape?
It's just going. Eat free at the Twin Tankard Tavern when you buy 2 tankards. Eat free. It's just like currently doing some casual advertising.
That's not too bad. We change the channel. Get some of the news.
But you can feel free to approach.
Back then, it was throwing a tomato.
What do you think? Bother the child or go for the tavern?
Is it a child? I couldn't
I always
catch that.
assume a town crier is like a 9-year-old. I don't know why.
No. This is about a 45-year-old human man.
Okay.
Oh, no wonder I could find him. I smelled the desperation.
Wow. Shade.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get a lot out of him.
I don't think so either.
He's currently espousing the virtues of a 2 for not even a 2 for 1 deal, a 2 for free meal deal at a local.
Buy 2 get 1 free.
Yeah, I guess. Though I would think that would be the opposite because I believe the alcohol would be cheaper than a fresh meal. But you know, who knows? Who knows? Maybe they've got a garden. I'd actually, honestly, maybe we go there.
I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, it's the only concrete place we have.
Figure out the local news.
Yeah. And given the fact that I have the map of this place open on another screen, where is that in
I hope it's
the
generated
town,
the same
Mitch?
looking map as the one I've got.
I don't
does it
have a
have
map at all.
Purple Way, East District?
No.
No, all right, then never mind. That's not a thing that carries over.
But the Twin Tankards is in the West Quarter, which is a small area just outside the Spice Grove.
I have a map for a completely different town. Somebody just gave it to me. No, this isn't.
Hold on, I can give you the map I've got.
It's fine. It's fine. I don't need it.
Well, I'm gonna
the
give
street
you the
urchin
map.
swindled me.
Yeah, take 5 copper pieces out for the fake map.
Yeah, that's fine. I can deal with that.
This
I have 2 left. 2 copper pieces.
Hold on, I'll put this in the handouts. And I'll bring it onto the screen if I can as well.
Yep, definitely not the same one I had. It's close though, so I guess the seeds carry over. But
Yeah.
So I assume we are like at 2. We're moving about to the Foss Brawl. I don't know.
So
we're somewhere. Going somewhere.
So you came in on the docks, which is number 2, and they said this this tavern was in number 4.
The West Quarter. Okay.
very tiny area. Well, we won't get lost.
It's literally a little area next to the western gate.
By the way, can I just can I make a general perception check? I just want to see if there's anybody like shady looking at us. Like we're fresh off the boat. We split up into smaller groups. Is there just somebody keeping an eye on us, or some criminal enterprise, or maybe the guard force or something like that that's watching us that would remember our faces?
Give me a perception check.
Righto. Oh, that was so cocked.
It was cocked, and it looks more on the 20 than the 8. Yes.
Son of a bitch.
You see Velmer still looking at you.
Stupid game. Can't get away from cocked dice even in here. 12.
You see Velmer judging you for your good rolls.
You do not see you don't see anything.
All right. Good.
Get on to my level.
To the tavern.
No.
We don't have a
Can't
shovel
go
to
that far
dig that
down.
deep.
Yeah, we're going to the Twin Tankards Tavern. Or whatever it was called. I think it was Twin Tankards. Oh, I like that. I get it now. They're tying into the name. That's actually that's clever. That's very clever.
Ruby is just giving the
I have other things I'm worried about, okay?
Okay.
Oh,
Last time I gave
chose to go
my
with him. You have no one to blame but yourself.
okay.
Yeah,
so
also I'm fairly surprised you decided I was your partner for this.
Because out of the others, you and I are the most capable of having a conversation with others and not infuriating them or taking forever.
You make it to the Twin Tankers Tavern. It seems quite lively, and you get.
Ours seems nice.
It's a very lively inn. From what we can tell, there's a lot of people drink, and then you start to look around, and you quite quickly notice why you get free food with 2 tankards, because the tankards are like Oktoberfest giant tankards of alcohol. They're essentially like 4 pints in one.
Well, see, that still doesn't make it. Actually, that makes less sense now unless they're charging equivalent.
And yeah,
like
you look at the price, they are a charging equivalent. It is like 2 silver per tankard.
They could just. I'm not gonna get stuck in here. I'm not gonna do it. I would say if they have a competition, they could just make a slightly smaller tankard, charge the same price, make a killing. But whatever. It's not.
Well, perhaps you should go into business for owning a tavern when this is all done.
Tried it.
Go to the tavern keeper. Ruby is walking up to the bar, I guess, wherever the.
Okay. You
open concept bar.
Open concept bar. No, it's a kind of it's actually where it's like to go into the main bar. You actually go down a small set of steps, but it's like only a half story, so it's like just sunken in slightly to a kind of for heat retention purposes, and there isn't a bar in itself, but it's one of those ones where there is essentially an innkeeper by the various barrels and taps. There isn't like a built bar. He's just kind of stood by the various barrels, and there's a massive stack of these tankards.
Oh God, his job must suck.
Yeah, really.
He's standing in front of a wall for 8 hours, essentially.
And there is a good
or
like
12,
15
it's
barrels.
medieval time, so there's no end to the work day technically. There's just
Good morning to you. What can I get you? Any of our fine ales today?
Sure, why not? Question for you, though. We're kind of new in town. We've been out of the loop for the last couple of days. Is there anything been going on around the world that you've heard ear of?
Around the world?
Well, how about the Empire itself? We'll start small.
Oh, well, there's always those rumblings from the front lines. People think that there's going to be another war soon, but I don't give any notice to it. They've been saying that for the last 5 years. Well, actually, no, come to think of it, they've been saying it since we had peace the last 20. Well, if you can really call it a peace anyway. But no, nothing in particular. We get news that there is a lot of hubbub over on Retbury, but there's always a lot of hubbub over on Retbury.
Anything to think about Ratbury?
Not anything particular. They just said that there's been an uptick in the amount of arms purchases going into the island.
It's odd. It's public information.
Well, it's you hear things, but yeah, it's one of those weird crossroads where most of the things that you'd normally class as very hush-hush and illegal kind of very in the open with Retbury. It's such a weird place like that.
Certainly. How about work? Anything interesting going around town that people need work done?
Oh, I mean, there's a lot of postings for. It takes a look at you, mercenary types with the caravans, and most of the traders are always looking for work. But there's not anything particularly going on here. If I don't know if you're any good at, work in a store or.
Oh, no. I mean, there was a past life when I used to work at a bar, but that was a very long time ago.
Question. Just a question. Do we stick out? Because these are the two probably most noble looking of the party.
I can look however I want, thank you.
Darius does definitely not stick out here. Ruby a little bit, but there's enough of passing merchants, etc., from worldwide that come in here that it's not seemed to phase the.
As heavily armed as me?
I mean, yeah. So a little bit, which you also know about the Reane Empire. The Reane Empire has no standing military.
All right.
That
would make sense.
It uses a field system, so it calls people to. So everyone and their mother is armed, kind of things. It's like everyone is every household is like kind of trusted to train those of fighting age in the household militarily themselves, and it's actually a cultural right when you come of age in the Reane Empire to be given a weapon. So
right.
no
wonder.
Yeah.
No wonder my father's company's doing so well.
You sure it's not America?
It's the UK before it grew up.
But that's not being. But in America, it's not the mark of becoming a man. You get it when you're 6, and that's
So yeah, this the coming of age right is at 16. The patriarchal matriarch of the family will grant the child the first arm. Normally it's a sword or an axe, but it can change with different various areas of the empire.
Just wondering, one didn't want to stick out too much.
Yeah, no. Everyone is at least carrying in the Reane Empire as well, everyone always carries one sort of either dagger or blade of some sort, which is it is their like ceremony one. They will barely ever use that to fight. It's not a fighting weapon, but everyone is always carrying it like as a mark of their family. And the thing is, you can this possession is they'll actually be like buried with it. It is like made for them. They take it, they have it through their life, it goes with them to the afterlife, and it's actually to defend themselves in the afterlife with.
So you're telling me that if I rob a grave, there's going to be a sword in it, probably. And then if a necromancer decides he wants to create an army, he's good. Because everybody's going to have a freaking sword.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds incredibly dangerous. But anyway, thank you.
Yeah, in a world where necromancy exists, that seems like the worst option. Unless they're like really low quality and just...
If necromancy exists, I'd imagine there'd be a lot of cultures that'd be like, yeah, nah, cremation's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
Anyway, thank you, and she will hand him a gold.
Mm-hmm. Oh, can I... would you like any of our fine nails today?
Oh, no, thank you. But do me a favor. If you happen to see us around town, and if anybody asks for somebody who looks like me or him, or just don't say anything.
Right.
Smiles really politely. Just
give me a persuasion check. Just.
That's going to guarantee he remembers
out of
us.
curiosity.
Persuasion. There
Yeah.
it is. Please don't suck. Please don't suck. Please don't suck. Hey, didn't suck. 25.
25. Yeah, no. He's like, right, no worries, ma'am. Have a lovely day.
Thank you very much.
Now the only thing we have to worry about is if for some reason the people that are tracking us have some sort of access to magic.
Some things we can handle. The things we can't, deal with them as they come.
True.
I can't wrap myself in a lead sheet.
We could. Just wouldn't be. I saw that stuff.
Except like, got you.
You could.
But,
just would be
with my 9
miserable.
strength, it'd be Ruby just flat on the ground.
Is that all you two wanted to do in terms of your local
What are we
investigation?
supposed to, what are we like, were we trying to get anything, or
I was
were we
trying to
just
see if anybody was tracking us. Or
No, I didn't think it would
if the Eladrin Empire went suddenly crazy for something, is more I was aiming at.
Hmm.
But it's only been a day and a half to 2 days, so it may be a bit early. But it was mostly to see if any of the major nations were reacting to something happening.
No, it's only been a few days. I wouldn't expect that. I suspect we
didn't
probably
think
have
so
a
either.
lead.
I didn't.
I think we
so
got a
either.
lead of like a week, like maybe. So we should be on our way.
Yep. I was just checking.
Yeah. No. There was something I was thinking about doing. But might just hold off. on
One
that.
lead line land ship.
God
That's
damn
a
it.
band name if I've ever heard one. Ladies and gentlemen, lead line band ship.
Also, I think theoretically you could leadline plate armor. It'd make it a lot heavier, but I mean they leadline chests, so you could do that.
Oh,
Well,
man, I could have- I would-
isn't its effect directly proportional to the thickness of the material?
It just has to be an inch.
an
Just an
inch
inch?
thick?
An
Yeah,
inch
that's.
of
I mean,
lead.
it would still
That
be
would
very
weigh a ton.
Yes.
But
It
there
would
are
also-
characters with a strength score that could hold that.
Yeah.
Like,
No,
Yeah,
I
it
don't think
doesn't
you
look
couldn't
like
leadline
half of
plate.
Dark Souls, but theoretically it could be possible.
You couldn't leadline plate and have it still be usable. Like, because that'd be the
Your
equivalent
strength
of
score's
like,
big enough, and this is a Warcraft universe character. Then yeah, sure.
maybe, but like if that's the equivalent of like that World War I like armor that the Germans would have, which was like 100-pound press plate. But
Come
now
on.
extrapolate that to a full plate armored set of that kind of thickness, and it
Our
would just be
characters
like,
look
It's just straight up not gonna happen.
so
Our
is what
character-
you're
yeah,
saying
he was
is
just ultramarine.
the very like artifice culture over in Legerung's land need to find a system of servos and motors to help do the movement of that. You want to make a mech? Yes. We're circling
armor.
back to you're making power armor.
well, I mean, I'd call it Space Marine. Since
Yes,
that
it really.
is-
At this point, I'm just a space marine.
since I want to use that because I know GW hates that is not something they can copyright. So I want to use it in that context.
They're not space marines, they're
No, they're
land
space
warriors.
No. They're Space Marines. They lost court cases because of that.
Yeah, but we're playing D&D.
Yeah, we're not
Yeah.
space.
Don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sky Marine.
They occupy three-dimensional space. It works.
Plane
Oh,
Marines.
that attitude.
Plane
Planer Marines.
Marines.
Forget that you're traveling with an aeronautical engineer in the party.
Yeah. that's-
I mean,
Pods are gonna be. This is gonna
The
turn into a
Thunder
whole shit
Warriors.
show.
brother.
You know, Darius, what we should have done is find an arranged meeting point in an hour.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was thinking we have absolutely no idea. You know what we should do? Since we're probably, what time of day is it right now?
Morning.
Yeah, it's about midday actually. At this point,
You guys said good
Midday.
morning.
But you don't have a clock. Eh?
He's been standing in front of that wall of beer for almost 6 hours. He has no idea. He has no idea where his feet are, let alone what time of day it is.
The fumes. Clearly just the fumes.
Yes.
Ever seen the fermentation process firsthand under the effects of the human body? Well,
Just standing next to
Blood is just beer flowing through his veins.
Let's just say standing next to just a wall of Everclear. It's just
dear.
We've drunk some alcoholic fumes.
so actually, since it's still late in the day, I think we should probably establish when we find everybody. I mean, obviously go to like town square because I think that's the most. That's. I hope everybody has like the immediate
Either that or the tavern.
critical thinking skills to go to the town square. But we should probably find a place to stay overnight. Because I don't know if we want to that or we want to go or we want to go to like on the road before the
Well, let's hope that we figure out what we're going to do next, because if we're going to be traveling over land to another boat, then there's no point really buying a horse or cart, but hopefully...
I hope they figured that. Yeah. I hope they know that. Well, let's go sit in the town square for an hour.
All right.
Okay, and
Not
then
acknowledge each
finally,
other.
Group Valmir. Valmir and the kids. And Braun.
And Braun.
And Braun. It is
So really just the most inconspicuous group of all of us.
It's a late
I am the
summer's-
most inconspicuous person in this group.
It's
with
a
my
late summer's
retainers, it's
morning.
not even
Fit in
close.
pretty well.
It's a late summer's morning. Actually, 2 of your retainers are from the Reane Empire, so
Yeah, they fit in perfectly.
yeah, it is a late summer's morning.
He just said morning!
Yeah, because there's time difference here.
Back in time, because it's the start.
You just had a fucking hour of roleplay. Yeah, let's go back in time
All right.
Valmir, you've been set to go buy supplies. How are you doing this?
Well, I suppose look around for like a general store. Is there anything of the sort?
Various. Also, as you enter, if you go away from the docks slightly, a couple of roads back, you hit the main, this very trade hustle and bustle area of the Spice Grove. Yes. Multiple tabs up. And in the Spice Grove, there's like a lot of open market stalls, people selling various things. There's a lot of spices. It seems like a lot of the international trade coming in here is a lot of like spices and preservatives and things to make food a lot better.
I'll look for some like food that will last a long time. Maybe get some rations that'll keep for a while. I'm also looking for like an armor and smithy.
Okay. Give me a quick investigation check.
Ron can assist with that if you need it.
Please.
I also just kind of imagine Braun as almost like the Terminator walking into that gun shop, specifically pointing out items that he wants.
13.
Also, Valmir, what do you look like?
We said human, didn't we? It was good for here, so I'm looking like generic human, slightly noble.
Okay.
Just because I've got retainers now. You see.
So a 13.
Oh, this is my retainer. I do not know your name.
Okay.
Darius is retainer A, and Darius is retainer B.
And Darius is Squire C.
Oh, yes, precisely.
Yeah, you've got
And
you've got the
bodyguard
Squire.
Braun.
You've got the Squire, the cook, the other retainer. I can't remember what their job was.
They all have the kind of similar job. They're retainers, so they kind of just help clean my armor and gear and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've got There's Patrick Randall and Drake Corsair, and then Marjorie Hartwig Linden is the Squire, and then you've got Braun, and then you've got Sophie with you as well.
Braun can speak Shelts, right?
Yes.
Perfect. So he can be the translator if necessary.
Yes. And in fact, Sophie, I think, is on Braun's shoulder
Okay.
right now.
Not inconspicuous, even a little bit.
Except, the little girl next to the blunderbuss is, absolutely fine.
I mean, as I said, the most inconspicuous party, keeping in mind that I am an almost 7-foot-tall dragonborn. Clearly half a world away from where I should be.
I will say that the cap on the blunderbuss is probably on, so you can't see that it's a gun.
I like the idea that because Zeb didn't have a cap for the blunderbuss, it's like a trumpet mute just in there that he managed to find in a scrap pile in Retbury. But
I will also add, when I was doing the infusion, there's now pistons and little engine stuck on the side of it. Basically a self-ramming mechanism so that it can reload itself between shots.
Mm-hmm.
And it's disguised by Braun's green hat. His fancy hat just over the gun instead.
Braun has actually put away his fancy clothes and gone back to his more practical armament. But yes, he's still got it. It's in a bag. It's just he's not wearing it.
Okay.
Yes, I will head towards whichever store looks like it would sell the things that I wish to buy.
Yeah, you can find rations at book price. However many you're buying, how many days, etc. It's broken down in book. As I said, it's a large trade area. As for a blacksmith, it takes you a while, but you come to a number of blacksmiths just in a sort of smaller section of. It's towards the Far Sprawl area, right on the coastline. It's and it's nestled amongst a lot of not shipwrights, but kind of shipwrights. It's carpenters and people making nets and sails, a lot of ship repair stuff. But you do find some blacksmiths.
Okay, I'm gonna talk to one of them.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. You go towards a. It's more it looks to be more generalized than the other two. The other two seem to be making a lot of things like nails, the day-to-day, whereas this one seems to also have a storefront. And you go towards the storefront area. There seems to be a young lady, auburn hair, sort of an off-green dress, manning at her desk. She's got big, thick working gloves as well on, and she seems to be hanging up a wooden shield. As you enter.
Good morning to you. I'm wondering if you have what I am looking for. You see, my armor, which I haven't hidden with Mask of Many Faces, it's still visible. Mm-hmm. My armor is perhaps a little bit too heavy for my day-to-day use, and I'm looking for something that would offer equivalent protection, but maybe be a little bit lighter, a bit more nimble. Is there anything you could help me with that?
Well, yes. We have a number of armor pieces. We have to keep a small stock anyway for if the town becomes under attack or we find ourselves in a state of war. A lot of people end up buying things up, and you never know when that's going to be. Are you looking for true flexibility, or are you looking for something in the middle area?
Somewhere in the medium range, something that will still give me protection as my scale mail does, but perhaps not so loud when I move around, not so heavy and cumbersome.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So for reference, they have a set, or they have various chain shirts at numerous sizes. And as you've walked around, there's a lot of people that seem to just be wearing chain shirts in general. It's standard to wear a lot of armaments around here. And chain is very, very common, and you can get it at about 50 gold pieces per shirt. So you can pick one of those up. But if you
would you also be willing to trade this scale mail for the chain shirt?
What? So you've got scale mail.
Yeah. cost 50 GP in the thingamabob.
So they'd take the scale mail and 10 gold pieces.
It seems incredibly reasonable. I will do so.
Then yeah, trade them out. Can we interest you in anything else? Any of our other wares? We've just got a small shipment of steel willow shields in.
Do you think perhaps we can get Sophia something, Braun? Any kind of light armor to make her more squirely? Maybe some padded armor? Anything like that?
Is good idea.
Yeah, so you're looking for like a so you're looking for like a gambeson kind of thing?
Yeah.
Squire's first armor.
You could probably go for leather, honestly.
Yeah, it
Leather
would,
then, yeah.
Wait, yeah, that's
For
more what it
Gambeson,
would-
if you're looking for that, you'd be looking for padded.
Yeah. What does padded armor actually come standard?
It's the cheapest light armor you can get.
But it does incur disadvantage with stealth, and if she wants to be nimble, much the same way as Valmir does, she probably wants leather, which is 5
How does
gold per minute.
padded armor impede stealth?
I don't know, but it does. Probably because it's bulky.
It's just I have no idea.
That doesn't seem.
Yeah, leather armor is
It's just really scratchy. It's that episode of Seinfeld where Costanza's walking and the suit is just swish, swish,
I would
swish,
think
swish, swish.
padded armor would be better for that.
Yeah, I would, because I mean, you've worn a gambeson as well, right, Midge? So I mean,
Yeah.
they're not like it's not that like it's made to move, like it's made to be worn under things, like it's not made to. It's not super bulky.
I think it's mostly just because they ran out of armor class range, so they're trying to differentiate somehow.
Yeah, probably. Otherwise, all
I
the light
guess.
armor does the exact same thing.
Or maybe
they-
padded is supposed to be like actual armor that's like just like very.
Oh yeah, maybe it's
Or maybe it's like that.
I would say that Braun would be willing to splash out for leather, considering who he is and who she is.
Mm-hmm. How splashy? You just go standard leather, or because they actually have a pretty decent leather set that they could adapt to the girl's size.
She is supposed to be nobility. We're not hiding that.
Yeah.
Although I'm not there. This is your decision. Well, Braun's there.
Yeah, you are there. You also play Braun.
I am there. Yes, I
are
can make decisions.
You're the decision maker for Braun. But
Maybe
yeah, they have
something better than padded.
They have a really a relatively decent set of leathers sized for a young female.
I believe we should go for this.
Okay, let me just get the price of that.
Standard leather is 10.
Yeah, it's 10, so it's probably about for a +1 makes with that would be +1 to the armor class. Yeah, it'd be about 50 for that as well. But it's you know a +1 set of leathers sized for the girl.
Okay, I will pay all of that and maybe get reimbursed later.
Braun can cover the 50. It's no problem.
Or that works too.
Done. Braun's surprisingly wealthy.
Not surprisingly, we all remember his gambling.
And the entrepreneurial seller noticing that this all seems to be for the girl, and what about a form of armament for the girl? Some sort of short sword, perhaps? Axe, if you prefer? Looking at the little girl as well to try to see if there's any sort of input there.
Oh God.
I believe
don't know if
Darius probably has that covered already.
Do we have anything in the party pool?
No, I sold it all.
Yeah, no, we got rid of it all.
Look, I needed a water breathing potion real bad.
We called that pretty quick.
We didn't use it all.
Short sword. Well, Braun will ask her, like, what do you want in Shelts?
What do you want? Just like... Let's see.
I'll produce a dagger, and say, for now, this would be sufficient? And then maybe you can move on to bigger blades later.
She's now like looking around the shop at all the.
Oh yeah, she doesn't understand a word I'm saying.
No.
She picks up a great sword.
Well, that one.
Well, I mean, the dagger kind of works because it's medieval daggers. So that thing's like a foot long or more.
You thought she was telekinetic, but she's actually a barbarian.
Thing if it's
No,
like
she
a
uses
point
it
dagger,
telekinetically.
it's like that long. It's not a throwing dagger.
She's looking at it. It's just like, I mean, yeah, it would be like that big if it's a medieval dagger.
Yeah, it's meant to go through the slits in the armor of the faceplate to
I mean, that's one kind of dagger. That's a rondel dagger, but not every dagger is a rondel dagger.
But
well, that's why I said if it isn't a throwing dagger, then that's most likely what it's going to be.
Yeah,
These are throwing daggers.
She actually She points to something in a not a display case, but on like a shelf on a cushion, and it's this kind of blackened steel with a raven head war pick.
Oh no. No, you gave her options. You can't.
All the things to pick.
No, that tracks with like a 14-year-old girl. That honestly does. They're gonna pick like something way out there.
Actually looks.
Cut my life into
Well,
pieces.
What if
Yeah.
it's practicality? I guess. Sure.
Can Marjorie? Can I exert executive control on Marjorie?
I don't know. Like it depends on the subject matter. I was like,
I told her specifically she had money to spend on.
she hasn't had to
On
spend
stuff.
it yet.
She hasn't had to spend that yet, so she is going to. And I told her get what I got you when you started as a squire. So she is going to get Marjorie 2 things. She's going to get her a training sword. So a blunted sword with a wooden sword with a lead core. So a training sword. And a regular short sword. Because just like with Marjorie, until I
Did not give
have
her enough
experience-
gold for that, I don't think.
I have a short sword that I do not require. You can have this one. I literally have no use for it.
So she gets the short sword, and then Marjorie gets the blunted training sword. So
Okay.
I don't know
You
how
get
much that would
blunted
cost.
trading sword will set you back about 4 gold pieces.
Whatever.
3 gold pieces. 3
Still-
gold pieces.
3 gold pieces. She still has 2, and she'll put forward any other of the last 2 she has. Maybe she'll put that in for the armor or whatever. But that's what Marjorie's getting her because she needs to know. She needs to have some training about responsible weapon ownership and like and how to use this before she gets like a war pick. Was that what you said?
Yeah.
Oh, a war pick. Okay. Yeah. No. No.
Just layering the connections.
Excuse me, Mr. Shopkeeper man. Lady. How much is the war pick that the little lady is looking at?
Oh, well, that seems to that. No, that is a rather special piece. That is that is a 300 gold war pick. Because it is said that it does it seems to sap the life of people as you plunge it into them.
How delightful. Yes, I don't think we will be getting that for the little girl.
Very well. It's a very pretty piece.
I do agree. It is very pretty. Yes.
So it is better.
Well, if that's
Maybe
everything,
spear.
then
We'll get her a black
any
shield in the
shield?
next
Any
round or
shield?
something.
Anything? like I said, we have these lovely steel willow shields that have just come in, fresh from the capital. Steel willow, well, I can tell by your accents you are not of the Reane, is our prized craft. The special wood is as hard as the most strengthened steel, but as light as a standard carried piece of wood, and it will withstand any blow.
My own tastes are with the two-handed weapon variety, so I will pass for myself. But they do indeed look like incredibly special pieces. But I think that will do for now. Perhaps we will return at a later date. Thank you very much.
How much for shield?
Oh well, it depends
or
on the ones we've got. Let me just look at again a price. The
Regular shields are 10 gold pieces.
yes, I know these aren't regular shields.
I feel comfortable getting this girl a whole bunch of weapons in an armory or something until we start training responsible weapon ownership.
These are 150 gold pieces each. They are technically in terms of how they craft this. They are a +1 shield. They are classed as magic, and they also have they are half the weight of a metal shield of the same value and size.
So 3 pounds.
Do they still require shield proficiency to use?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Too much. Just sword.
Very well, very well. And she gets the training sword and the leather armor, and they kit it out to Johanna, Sophia. I will get those in her inventory.
Cool.
Can she?
And also, we were getting a short sword from Valmir.
Yeah.
Cool.
I've already removed it from my inventory.
I'm gonna put Johanna into the party sheet, and you should be able to trade it to her.
I've already deleted it.
Okay, I will just drag her a new one in. It will. Oh no, it's hiding. That was gonna show you what I've set her up as for my ability to see spells. So I'm gonna delete that. I'm not gonna do that. Don't look at the party sheet. Okay.
All right.
He's an artificer.
What?
All this magic mind-moving thing, it's all science.
Oh, she has a crane.
Yo, it's the greatest magic of all. Magnetism.
It's a fucking magic crane.
She's actually just a mind ventriloquist. She just talks to the things and they just move themselves.
Oh my god.
I was going to make a joke earlier. I was like, I can move it with my mind. Yeah, just reach out and pick it up. Still moving it with my mind.
Fine.
I can't remember what I was
A magical ventriloquist class would be horrible.
I can't remember what that's from. But
that'd be a bard subclass.
I'm not doing anything. I'm just asking it to do it, and it's doing it because I asked nicely.
But as you guys all regroup, as I'm guessing you're smart enough to regroup in the town square, we're gonna go on our break.
Yeah, I need to roll for that.
Please don't make me roll for that.
We're gonna go on our break. We will be back in 5 to 10 minutes time. Use this time, grab yourself a drink, and we will see you in a moment.
Poodles and stuff.
I want Lambert to roll more.
It doesn't matter who's trying to lead the party. Everyone is so incompetent they forget. Oh yeah, where do we meet up afterwards?
All right.
Okay, so welcome back, everybody, to
Thank you.
part 2 of our stream for the evening. We continue as the group regroup, so to speak, at the town square after completing or not completing their various tasks.
So, can we just
Look what we have done. We have outfitted Sophia in lovely leather armor that is very expensive.
How expensive?
50 gold.
Wow.
Look,
They actually got a really
Mr.
good
Rich
deal.
Man.
Just if you, in terms of buying fine leathers for that sort of price.
It could have been less, but we thought, getting something that was, fitting for her size and also, offered good maneuverability and protection. In the long run, I think this will be okay.
Let's
She
hope
must
this doesn't draw
survive.
attention to her.
She
We
must
also saw-
survive.
We also saw this lovely shield made of Reanian wood. They had a lot of good things to say about it, but it was far too expensive for us at the time.
How much?
Perhaps it wasn't that the 400 gold one?
150.
150 gold.
Interesting.
Apparently, as light as steel, lighter than steel, but also is just as protective. And it looked very pretty, but
It looked brittle.
Wood look brittle?
Bad wood.
well, I mean, wood doesn't get dented.
Well, if there is something to say about this midi, perhaps I will check that out before we leave in the morning.
Yeah, are we leaving in the morning? What time is it?
Probably about just after, half 12, just past noon.
As far as our end goes, it doesn't look like anybody's really caught notice of any great news about our departure. Nothing major is going on. Local
The
events
tavern.
obviously is having a
Local.
2-for-1 sale
Yeah.
for very big tankards of ale.
4 pints.
We should maybe try this. Sounds good.
I would
On
like-
the other, actually, no.
I would like to make my way to a scroll shop at some point. There's a few spells I'd like the chance to look at, one of which I've heard is quite useful for providing a shelter in a place where there is no shelter.
So, the question is, so we're just walking it to the next port over, or next port
Zeb
south.
managed to use his connections to find a trade caravan that we will be traveling with.
Oh, when does that leave?
Tomorrow morning.
Okay, so we are staying here overnight.
Yes.
Right.
So we are in no hurry. We have time to burn until tomorrow morning.
Oh, then yeah. Is there a magic shop or a scroll shop, alchemists, etc.?
Are you, give me...
I asked somebody.
You're going to ask somebody? Okay, who are you asking?
That old lady that just walked past us.
Frugal old codger that's never spent a copper in her life.
Yep. I'm looking for a magic shop or a shop dealing in scrolls.
Magic! Ah!
I would want to buy bowls!
Witchcraft! Oh, wait! Let's give a roll for this old lady. I'm gonna roll this on screen if I can for the audience, and then I'll reveal it to you guys. Oh, you look like a kind young man, but I don't know of any magic shops here.
Does it look like she's telling the truth?
Truth, yes. If she's correct, however, different story.
Right.
Velmir, can you show me to that armory that you are using to outfit young Sophia?
Absolutely. Follow me, and I will go and bring him to the armory.
Okay. You do so.
Ruby's gonna look for a magic shop somewhere.
Okay, Ruby, give me an investigation check.
Zep will also try and sell the longboat that they have.
The boat, okay. So Zep's going to the dockyard. We'll start with Zep.
Finally gave up.
Zep, you managed to... You actually, at the ship you came in on, are willing to buy it for 10 gold.
15. It is already here and available for use.
No thing
You do
about
not
it.
need to commission anything special.
They take a moment and then they nod, and they say, "Yep, okay," and they take it for 15.
Wasn't that
Is it
like
a boat?
a lifeboat at a high end?
Yeah.
Like a high end casino ship.
Yep.
So it's like, never mind.
It's a fishing boat.
Yeah, 15. 15 works. Hopefully
Especially
it
as we
doesn't
got
have
it
like.
for free.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Hopefully, I meant more so. Hopefully, it doesn't have identifying like property of blank casino.
It found returns to the marquee on S.
If it does, it's their problem now.
It's got a deed of sale on the inside, like seed or something.
Not certified for public use.
Yeah, something like that.
Actually, I'll put the 15 in the party kitty, as that was a party asset.
Okay, I'll change that up.
Armory, I guess, is next for us.
Yeah, so you head to that previously visited armory. The same store clerk greets you and asks what you're looking for.
Well, my friend here mentioned that you had some interesting wares of construction. I am clearly new to the Iranian Empire, and I'm curious to see what sort of instruments you have managed to make and invent that I would not find in my homeland.
Are you inquiring about our steel willow shields by any chance? We just got to import in from the capital. Steel willow, of course, is the finest craft of the Reanian Empire. Wood as strong as any metal and can withstand any weather, but half the weight of it.
Sounds very interesting, yes. But if you also have any other crafts, I would be curious to know.
Just catching sight of the war pick in the side of the room.
It seems that you have quite the talented smith here.
This piece was actually traded to us. It was not made here. It's a slightly shady fellow with a holy symbol I didn't quite understand. Brought this in and sold it to us.
Could you describe the holy symbol to me?
Yes, I can. Hold on. Well, it was kind of the face of a bird, profile, and then cuts in the metal to form the shape fully.
I recognize that.
Give me a religion check.
Sure thing. As soon as I finish writing. Religion. Where's my religion? I'm good at this.
Yes, that rings to you as a symbol of the Raven Queen.
Is her lore here very similar to the standard lore for her in the Forgotten Realms? Or is there any notable differences? Okay.
No real notable differences other than just she it's very similar to the Forgotten Realms. She wasn't very active in the War of the Heavens, other than she
It's
obviously.
weird to hear you say that. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh,
I also have a horror that happens in my homebrew world. So every time you say it, I'm just like completely different context, but similar mentality to the world building. Yes.
because of in current cosmological theory, it's seen as the Shadowfell kind of kept out of it, so or was kept out of it, so she didn't actually have much involvement there. But
Okay.
These shields are quite nice, yes. And you say they are as strong as steel, even with the wood. May I inspect one just for my own customer
Absolutely.
satisfaction?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, just give it an examination. He's not gonna start pounding on it or anything. He's just gonna test it. Like, does it seem as sturdy as it is being given credit for?
Well, she sees you pounding it.
No, he says I'm not going to pound on it.
Oh, you're not going to pound on it, but
he's not going to make any habit of injuring it. So she's like, "Oh, you break it, you buy it." Just
you're holding it, and then you just hear a fa-donk and then you pull down the shield, like from where you were looking at the back of it, and the woman of that's running the store has hit it with an axe, and if you look at the shield, there is no visible marking on the shield at all.
I'll take one.
Absolutely. I will add I'll add that to your inventory. So you're taking a steel willow shield.
Yes.
I said 150, didn't I? Well, she's actually got various ones, but I think the one you want is the 150 one because I don't think you could afford anything of the better ones.
Not without breaking the bank.
No, not without breaking the bank.
That was a very classist way of saying that, man. I don't think you can afford the better ones.
But it is a blank wooden sort of buckler shield, not small as a buckler, the sort of a circular shield, sorry, round shield, with a there's not any sort of riveting metal on the front side. It's like done on the back. So it's like essentially a clear, singular piece of wood as the shield. It's not like it's slat. It's not like a slat shield. It is one carved piece of wood, so it's smooth as well on one side. And if you wanted to, you could have carvings or paint a paint job done onto the front of it elsewhere. But it's just a blank piece of. It seems to be like a slightly silvered. Wood by the looks of it. It's like not quite birch, but it's a lighter wood. It's like a whiter wood color.
Zedaar will make a point of actually exchanging his shield with that one and just say,
Very good. I approve of this. Now, this has been great, but I must ask you, do you have any knowledge of any more esoteric shops in town that would sell magic that is not of the armament variety, if it is not offensive for me to ask you?
Like scrolls and such.
Biggest taboo this town has.
I don't
300 gold pieces.
I don't think we have any magical trade businesses set up in the town, but there's all sorts of traveling merchants come through here all the time.
Thank you. You have been very helpful.
Zedaar will hand over the 150 gold pieces.
Yeah, cool. And then if you equip that steel willow shield that's in your inventory, it should automatically put your AC up. If it doesn't, there's a magnifying glass next to your AC where you can adjust it. No, she can't think of any magic shops per se.
It did increase it, but it didn't give me the +1 bonus.
Oh, really?
Assuming the fine shield was the correct one.
Yeah, fine shield. Well, it's not. It should be called steel willow shield now in your inventory.
I don't see that in my inventory.
It's because I haven't clicked off it yet.
There it is.
Interesting. Why has it not done that?
It's also not displaying the proper weight since it's supposed to be half the weight, correct?
Yeah, I'm still editing that one. There we go. It says AC.
We can fix this afterwards.
2.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Unless we have some combat. Where's that old lady?
Hold on. There we go. It might have needed to be identified.
That's when we discover she was a hag.
Oh, no. God. I don't know. Midge would be the one that would sick a hag on me because I made his character kill inadvertently.
Yep, it's worked it now. I just needed to identify the object.
It's about a hag fight.
Yeah, you made me inadvertently put children through trauma with that. So no, yep. I'm not putting children through any trauma in this. Don't worry.
Thank you. This has been a wonderful experience. Was anybody else? And he'll just go turn to the rest of the group. Anybody had any intentions of purchasing something?
It was
Darius,
only me and
perhaps?
you that came here.
I think Darius came with us.
I'm still in the town square.
Oh, okay.
I didn't go with anybody.
You did the walking motion, so I assume it's like you were coming with.
Ruby, give me an investigation check.
I already gave
I'm
you one.
sticking with my squires.
You did. 14. You don't find a magic shop, but you do find a traveling trader who seems to be selling like mage's components, and they do have a few spell scrolls.
Oh, what scrolls does he have? Just smile and wave up to him. Hello there. Really big, bright smile.
And you look up, and it is a bronze dragonborn, actually, with a little like glasses on the end of his snout, a little fez-like hat, big purplish
hat,
cloak.
nice.
No, it's not like red, not like a red fez, but like the classical,
sure.
The classic sort of fez, almost like that nightcap looking magic like wizard hat you've seen. And he goes, good evening, afternoon. What time of day is it?
That's a good question, DM. What time of day is it?
It's just after afternoon.
Oh, it's afternoon, dear. Just don't mind me. I'm just window shopping to see what you have. I am in the market for some magical spells and scrolls. I'm looking for one specifically, but let's see.
Let me have a look at what I've got. Well, we've got a few scrolls.
I'm looking for one called Leoman's Tiny Hut.
Leoman's Tiny Hut. No, don't. I don't have that. I do have. I have a scroll of dark vision, of protection from the elements, of protection from the Fae. I have a scroll of Shalaflath. No, Shillelagh. And I also have a scroll of Beast Bond.
How much for the scroll of electric elements, my dear?
I'm just changing the volume of the music and your own volume a little bit.
Oh, is that too quiet? I'm sorry.
Yeah, which scroll was you were looking for, my dear? Sorry.
Protection from elements.
Protection
That's a really
from
nice
elements. Why, thank you. I got this in Avaray. Protection of elements is 180 gold pieces.
I'm afraid we're going to have to pass on that one. Thank you.
By all means.
Any potions of things that do something similar, or healing, or anything like that?
I have a number of healing potions.
What kind and for how much?
He has 1 greater and 5 standard healing potions.
And priced at?
Oh, what is the price of a greater healing potion?
There is no set price for it, but typically it goes around 250.
He's selling a greater healing potion for 175, and the standard healing for 50.
Ooh. I'll buy the greater.
Buy the greater healing potion. Okay.
I will remove 175 gold from my account.
Absolutely, and I'll get you that healing potion.
Item potion.
That's all right. I've got it. I'll drag it in.
Oh, well, okay
Boop.
then.
There you are, and then
Yay.
it is identified.
I don't suppose they bought a tent. Ruby's gonna mutter to herself and walk away. Oh, thank you.
By all means.
And rejoin the group. It just occurred to me that I actually can't use Liam and Tiny Hut because of a small snippet of Ritual Caster that says you can only be up to half your caster level or lower rounded up.
Yep.
So,
But the
Would be
rest of you.
5th level. 2.5 rounded up is 3.
fair enough.
But the
Later.
rest of you. Oh, actually, that's true. We leveled up, guys. We leveled up at the end of last session. You missed it. But you all regather in the town square. Darius has fallen asleep by one of the fountains.
No, I'm actively during this whole time. I am actively. Actually, that's a good question. Is Braun still with us, or is?
I imagine he hasn't left Sophie aside for
Sophia
more
is
than
on his
60
shoulder.
seconds.
So
Yeah.
wherever she
All right,
is,
no,
Braun is.
I'm. All right. Given the fact that it's a giant metal man and then an entourage of a knight and his retinue, essentially from the outside looking in, I'm going to maintain that
Status.
we're in an open square, so just kind of doing some light exercises, some training exercises with Sophia and Marjorie.
Okay.
And
Sophia is
using-
really. She doesn't look. At first,
She
she's
looks like
kind
a
of
new
in.
squire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's into it though, because
All
this is all new to her. So
Yeah.
there's an element
and,
of fun there.
Can I also, just to make this even harder, be quizzing her on common while this is going on? You have to keep your mind sharp as well as your body.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
In fact, give me an intelligence
that.
check. Just an intelligence.
Sure.
Passerby is just looking at this grown man yell at this girl, I have to go to the bathroom.
Probably not that. They had 9.
With a 9, are you sure?
Okay. She is in the combat tracker now. Does that put her into the party sheet? It does, but okay. She's in the party sheet now.
The only two things we can see in the party sheet, by the way, Midge, is the party sheet watch order / order tab and the inventory tab. That's all we can see.
Okay.
And we can't actually see anything about her because we don't have
Cool,
access
cool,
to her
cool,
character.
cool.
So it
Lovely,
doesn't
lovely,
matter.
lovely.
Yeah, we can see her portrait, but that's it. Can't click on it or anything like that.
She's now wrong because she's blonde. She's going to be blonde in a moment, right?
I mean, technically she's blonde, but yeah, that's what she actually looks like. Unless because you have any of you actually dyed her hair yet? Is that happened?
Yeah.
Assuming we had the means to.
Yeah, we did that before
Yeah.
we left.
You had a
before we got off the
disguise
boat.
kit. If you've got a disguise kit, there's
Sure.
hair dyes in
Okay,
it.
fair enough. Yes.
I got a poisonous kit. We'll just bleach. Yeah.
I suppose.
Just poison
Yeah.
her hair.
They can't kidnap her again if she's already dead.
But
Well, it depends if they're a necromancer.
you'll come back.
Which you establish is already threat. Oh, no, this is a problem.
Oh, I saw an amazing set of posts about necromancers are just like recycling, and like there was like reuse. It was a reuse, reduce, reuse, reanimate was like the tagline.
Well, necromancers are also like one of the strongest classes because they're always deadlifting.
No, stop it! Stop
Not
it!
even a smirk. I'm sorry.
I have no regrets.
You will.
All right. The armory proved to be viable. Is there anything else we need to do? Do you want to see if there is any work that we can take that may not inhibit our ability to travel south? It is still in the earldom, is it not?
I did ask about that, and there's not a whole lot going on in this town, unfortunately.
I'd also
maybe
rather
if-
not set down roots as much as possible.
Yes, it would be another thing for them to track us, which you're also paranoid about, Darius, so perhaps not.
I mean, I am adequately. I have a. Yeah, I'm not even going to justify it. Not with
Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean people aren't trying to kill us.
Days of this.
But-
I'm proportional. I proportionally. I have a proportional response to the potential danger of it. That's what we are dealing with right now.
Okay, Porsche boy, whatever you say.
No, I actually, believe it or not, I actually agree with Darius on this. We should take reasonable precautions.
Yes, but
We
we don't
are
need to
taking
bring it up
reasonable
every
precautions.
5 minutes.
It is
We're
not-
doing okay.
We have hidden the
So where are
girl.
we staying tonight?
We are staying
Are we-
tonight.
Yeah,
As
no,
soon as
I
we get
meant
to tavern.
where are we staying tonight? Are we going to a tavern or are we just setting up camp outside town?
I believe a tavern would be smarter, less chance of being overspotted by somebody.
Did we get any provisions for the travel?
I
Yes.
can handle that. That would not be necessary.
Okay.
How can you handle?
Great food and water.
He just smiles at you.
No.
Bahamut
No,
has
that's what
many
I-
ways.
Yeah, but is it like a mush? Is it like a tasteless mass of nutrients, or is it more of a? Is it an actual meal?
Like the smile actually fades a bit.
It is satisfactory. Bread
Food-
and water for hungry mouths.
Food's so
Oh.
good, you can eat it.
You know, bread and water. That's a punishment, right? You know, that's an actual. That's an actual punishment.
We
You do
can
not have to eat
prestidigitate
You
it
do
to.
not like it.
Prestidigitation can make it taste like, I don't know, wine or whatever.
I don't think that's how that spell
Dog.
works. Actually,
Actually, no, you can do that. You can.
You
actually
can do that.
Yeah, you
That's
can do
a
it
cool
flavor
way of using that spell.
representation. Yeah. You can give
Oh.
them
Goes
flavor.
from
But
bread
the
to
flavor,
croissant.
flavor only lasts an hour. But if you
becomes
eat
garlic
within that
bread and
hour,
hummus.
It's kind of garlic bread.
you've
Well, no,
just got
that'd
some
be the-
falafel.
It'd be the Red Lobster cheese biscuit.
Those are tasty,
perfect-
man.
Yeah, the
Salty,
perfect
but-
bread. The perfect bread.
Rated.
The perfect bread.
I'm sorry. I still
Americans
think
talking
Olive
about the
Garden's
perfect bread.
Olive Garden's got some of the best bread slices.
You're
I'll
wrong.
take Charlie's bread rolls any day of the week.
All right. This is all
Well, anyway.
happening in canon in the game.
I think we should be staying at the tavern tonight. Let's get over there, have some sleep, and get up in the morning. What time are we supposed to be at this caravan, Zep?
In the morning. Most likely first light. That is when caravans usually like to leave.
Very well.
Alright.
Let
Get
us
it done
gather
then.
our party and then venture forth.
Which tavern? are
Just
you-
one other
are you
thing,
going
Mitch.
to?
When I was out buying stuff, I would like to have also got a tarp, waterproof tarp.
Waterproof tarp. Okay. Give me a quick investigation roll because that's a bit of a unique one because that needs to be an oiled tarp.
We're at a dockyard.
Yeah, but he needs to find the people to ask for one of those.
Or else
Oh.
cloth and oil, and then I can make it myself.
Yeah.
Would you make a tarp out of cloth? Wouldn't you use leather for a tarp like that?
No,
A lot of leather.
no, you'd use
You'd find it. It was
use
a
oil and
DC
stuff to
10.
make an oil
Um,
cloth, and it's
How
waterproof.
how many
It's
feet
cheaper.
of tarp are you looking for?
Enough to make a tent. Like a, not a tent, but a tent covering.
Tent covering for how many beds?
How many of us are there?
More than a tent can comfortably
5,
hold.
8, 9 of us. 10 if you include
We would need
not
like a pavilion
Brawn.
tent.
Why not get a tent enough for the ladies and one for the men?
Yeah, so 2 tents worth.
I don't think. I think there's 2 types of tents in the game. I think there is a pup tent and there's a pavilion tent.
No,
I think
Darius. I mean, not like that. You.
One for the ladies, one for the guys. So we have 3 fit under one, and the remaining 7 squeezing under the other.
Yeah,
I want to hug you about the neck with both hands.
I can make myself look like that.
I think
No.
2 would be appropriate. It
I-
would just
With this in mind,
case.
3.
Okay. I was just because I was trying to look at like kind of tournament tent size for like D&D, like the thing.
So
First thing that
my
comes
thinking
up
here.
are some Bretonian tents for wargaming, and I'm gonna have to save this page.
Yes.
My thinking here is I am proficient in carpentry, and one of the Xanathar's carpentry things is you can just make a tent as part of setting up a camp. So as long as I have the coverage, then I can use my carpentry, and we don't need to carry the poles.
Yeah.
Then we should do so for the lady.
So I'd say it'd be about
Bretonian.
to get the oil.
More and more.
To get like an oiled waterproof tarp for these guys for enough of those kind of tents. I'm thinking like, you know, that roundel sort of tournament tenty kind of side, like enough for those amount of people. 5 gold each. No, 2 gold each. Sorry.
So how many do we need?
You need
2
3,
per
so
person is what you're
6.
saying?
So there would
No,
be 6 in total.
those kind of tents can fit like 6 people comfortably with like.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
6
Full
gold
band.
pieces worth of tarps enough for the party.
Yeah.
You could take
and,
that out of the party funds.
And for and that 6 gold would cover, each one of those would probably cover about 5 people each technically. So it's with space. So it's like 15 people's worth of tent tarp.
Done.
Yeah, a standard tent fits 2 in terms of like the thing. So yeah.
Could you
would
take
need a lot.
the 6 gold pieces from the party
will
fund
do.
then?
That's
Stand
surprising.
fits too. If somebody invades our camp, it's going to look like a war camp.
Either that or we're having a barbecue.
Well, no, because it's going to be even worse because it's
Or both.
going to be the it's just going to be 2 or 3 pavilions essentially just in the middle of nowhere with nothing else around them.
The other ones with retainers and stuff, like
Yeah,
big
really.
party.
If we didn't
Next,
do your
next you're gonna get
retainers,
like a camp healer, and you're gonna have a camp blacksmith, and a small follower is gonna start to appear.
We
It's just like,
we are not lavishly like a ringmaster away from just being a carnival at this point.
no,
Like
We don't have enough talent.
we're 2 days away from playing
Speak for
playing a game of Battle Brothers is what we're gonna be playing in a moment.
Also, it's really cheap for a tent that size because the normal tent costs 2 gold pieces.
Which is why I only want the tarp. Don't need the poles.
Yeah.
It
Just
doesn't
the
need to be
top
made.
sheet.
Yeah.
It's useful having a craftsman who can basically make everything.
yes.
Artificers, yo.
As long as you have, you know,
This
trees.
is the
I want to
Elendor Chronicles.
infuse the tarp.
This is the Elendor Chronicles. This is our promotion to go to college. It pays.
It also costs.
Depends on where you're going to college.
That's also fair. That is also fair.
me and
yeah.
you essentially have the same career right now, Midge, and I didn't go to college at all.
Oh, I'm not using my degree, but well, I kind of am.
How much would this
Anyway.
weigh?
Are you?
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. How much would this weigh?
I think 10 for 25 pounds.
10 to 20, but this doesn't
A
have poles.
regular 2-person tent is 20 pounds. That's
But that's-
vastly. That's vastly.
That's also the poles and having to carry all
That's
that.
also smaller.
There's only 3 poles in a tent that size. If it's a pup tent, which is kind of what they're implying, a 2-person like.
Well, this
can't-
is not like nylon. That is super. This is super light. This would be like heavy leathers layered over top of each other to prevent the rain from getting in.
It'd be canvas would be the most
Yeah,
common.
it'd be a lot heavier. Is the point of like a modern tent?
I still
Yeah, I've carried canvas tents and they are not light, but then the poles also are about half the weight, so I would say probably about 10 each.
We'll
Well, it
round it
might
up
be
at 40.
20 pounds.
We'll round it up at 40 for all of it. 40 pounds for all of it.
Okay.
Purely because these are bigger than the 2-person tents, which are the ones that are weighted at 20.
Yeah.
But it's without the poles, so it's like higher lower. Like so, 40 to the
Can we retire to the inn, please?
Of course.
We're
Are you
already
going-
there.
Are you going? Okay, so you've just found one of the inns in town.
We know that they've already found a tavern, so if they have rooms,
Does-
that would be the
Yeah, does
easiest.
the Twin Tankard have rooms?
It has a few rooms. You'd have to double up.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay, they're on like an upper. It's like one of those ones where you have to go outside to get to the rooms. There's a staircase up, and then there's a big row of rooms. And there's 2 beds per room. 2 single beds, a shared like storage chest. Nothing much, and it's like a copper a night. Like really cheap. But these guys are used to a very quick turnaround, like, and they say this is like you repay on a night. This is like 1 person stay. There's no food included with the room or anything either. It's just a.
Well, it's
I will-
free as long as we drink, so it doesn't really matter.
Pay out 2 silver just to make sure that we all have plenty of rooms, and just say,
Absolutely, they
yes,
accept.
just thank you.
So,
Ruby has no
What's
plans for the
happening?
evening.
Yeah, no
It's
drinking.
intending-
If we gotta be up early, no drinking.
Zep
Okay.
is still drinking.
Zep is still drinking. So
Zep will be carried by Braun. It's fine.
Zep, it's
Exactly.
Zep, it's
I
two.
just
It's 2 silver per tankard. Each tankard
Tankard's as big
is
as he
about.
is.
Tankards are about as the size of you. They're 4 pints per tankard.
I can
Just
just
bring a
imagine
boot every
tomorrow
time.
Zepp is going to be sitting on
And if you buy
Braun's
2
chair,
tankards, you get a free
doing
meal.
this.
I'm getting my 2 tankards. That's what, 4 silver?
4 silver.
My free meal.
And the meal you get is like a pottage, an entire loaf of bread.
Not even a good meal.
It's a pottage, an
Okay.
entire loaf of bread, and it's like a leg of lamb.
Starts making a note. All Darius gets is bread from Create Food and Water.
I mean,
He's so unhappy about
You
it.
don't think Darius has food that he carries with him everywhere?
You better hope we never start starving in a desert. That's all I'm saying.
you complain about this, but I went to a joint in Spain that was for everything you ordered, you get a shot of Sambuca. Like, it was awful.
But yes, and if you're not wanting to, Zep, give me a Constitution saving throw. But if anyone else is like ready for the night, like just letting the night
Darius
through.
Darius has to sleep as soon as the sun goes down. He has to get a full 8 in.
Okay.
Let's get his full 8 hours
Just,
in.
just for precaution. And I hate
Zep,
to take
scarily, you're okay.
Jesus.
Zep can drink.
We're just gonna find him
fine.
tomorrow morning.
Tammy
He's
couldn't.
asleep inside one of the tankers.
100% yes.
Swimming in it.
Zep brought his own straw that he made, and it's just because it's the only way.
Oh, he
can,
would be the
'cause
guy
he
with the
can't
metal
lift it.
straw.
He can't lift it to actually like move the.
And then
like,
fucking cardboard straws.
In the morning, you find Zep in a tankard with a straw connecting to the other tankard.
Damn. So I don't think we need to go into super detail of who all sharing rooms with who, but I imagine we do want to bang out who is sharing a room with Sophia, because that's
Ruby
I was
going
going
to
to
be
say
the-
Marjorie.
Yeah, Ruby will as well, and they're gonna. His alarm is on the door, or on the room.
And I imagine
So all
Braun
the
would
ladies.
Braun is
probably
just
be
standing
in there.
outside. Braun is
Okay,
just
outside the
standing
door, that
outside.
works fine.
Yeah, I'm guessing. As I know how Braun kind of his viewpoint on the whole situation. His thing is just like, I will not leave this child's side, but also I should give them privacy. So the door is mine. I am the door.
That works. And the rest of us, we can just take whatever rooms we need to.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or tankards.
One person from the party.
Well,
Roll me
yours,
a
sure.
d20.
Well,
I
let's
haven't
do
rolled
yours.
that much. I'll do it.
Yeah.
Hey, look at that! It's a fucking 17. Hey!
You just got to roll more. It averages out.
And this is where he just says, "Okay."
Okay. The night
Oh, that
passes.
means the red dragon attack.
The night passes with nothing happening.
The night passes uneventfully, and you wake up at the crack of dawn, ready
That's
to
a good thing,
go
though.
join the caravan.
That was the good thing.
It was worth the 17. Yes, good job,
Yeah.
Almir.
But yeah, if you rolled under that, the bar would have caught on fire or something.
We all just wonder what Ruby's doing in her sleep. No.
Sleeping.
I mean, come on. If something catches on fire, it may be our go-to from now on.
Okay, look, that was the original.
That's my
Phoenix
first
Mercer.
thought.
I mean, you did set the boat on fire.
That was intentionally.
You asked the girl to set the rope on fire.
Say.
Yep. Quite literally, we spent like 20 minutes talking about, okay, we can't burn the boat down. That's not a good thing to do. First round of combat. Flamethrower the wall of the boat. Like, it's just like... just,
I can just imagine. I want to. Ruby says, and I took that.
love it
personal.
though, because that's exactly what my sorcerer would have done. My old
All right.
sorcerer, my
Yeah,
wild
not use
magic.
fire and not burn the place down. And Ruby, pan off screen in a reality TV show. And I took that personally.
It's just all right, Cosman. We can't burn anything down. Fireball. Just like,
Are you doing this morning, Zap?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm energized and ready to go.
I'll go to hell.
I'm doing calisthenics outside with my squires.
You can also go to hell.
like full,
I should say
I got my 8 hours in. We're just doing full calisthenics.
Yeah, Ruby's going downstairs to get coffee.
They have a few. They have like a brew on which you can pick up. So, do you
Not just more
regroup
beer.
with the trade caravan?
We gather our party and venture forth.
Okay, so you meet at the Carter's Point that this caravan was set to meet. Most of the carts are painted in a dull green with white paint on the side of this company symbol of this oak tree being sawn in half. There's a number of most of the carts are empty as well. These are all empty carts, and none of them are covered carts, however. But they just said pick a cart or two and get on in, because it's just wagoners at this point. It's a wagon trail going down.
Nobody get dysentery, okay?
We'll take one of the back carts. I don't imagine we would all fit in one. We want to keep people close together.
It just so happens that we could take 3 carts, and I have 3 pieces of tarp to cover.
That would help too.
That is convenient.
Wow. We are
Yeah,
going.
there's
full
5
wagon
carts in
train.
total. There are 5 carts in total.
So the back 3 seem the safest.
We don't really need. If it's a full cart, we don't need 3. We could just probably all pile in on 1 or 2.
So
Ruby is going to sit with Zedaar this time.
okay.
Also the dog.
So who is in which cart?
I guess that depends. How many can we fit into each given cart? I'm assuming, from what I know of carts, they can fit like maybe
Comfortably
5
4.
people comfortably.
4 people comfortably, 5 people at a push.
Hmm.
Depending on the size, but I will remind you that 2 of the people in your party are like massive.
6
Either
people
hulking
can get
or
real
massive.
comfy with each
And
other.
I am one of them, so
Yeah.
Yeah. Braun doesn't
Do we
get
need-
tired though, right? He could just walk next to the cart without.
do we also need somebody to drive the carts, or the trade caravan
No,
handling that?
they've all got a driver.
Okay.
Now,
Why should Braun
whatever.
walk? He
Yeah,
likes to
whatever.
sit.
Whatever Sophia's card is, wherever she is, Darius is also going to be. He's going to spend the trip quizzing her and teaching.
Okay.
The quicker that she can get at least to somewhat close to being able to speak a sentence in common, the easier this whole trip's going to be.
So
If we could fit 5, I imagine we could do Zedaar and Braun. I know it's the biggest guys in the same, but those 2, Ruby and Darius and Sophia, wouldn't take up much room, so we could probably fit all of them into one cart without too much issue. And I imagine we'd all want to stay pretty close, especially Braun.
Zep, Zep, give me a wisdom saving throw for Braun.
I'm just going to take up the back of one of these whole carts.
Just fucking animates, and it's like, terminate.
Braun is completely unwilling to leave the girl.
Well, it's good. It's good that we're putting him in a car with her then.
Cool.
Kalmir, thank you.
I'm just making sure.
Yeah. Zedaar, Braun, Sophia, Ruby, and Darius in one cart, and then the others can kind of fit to the other. the next one. Seems like the
So Zedaar, Braun, Darius, Johanna. And then Ruby, Valmir, and Zep. And then the other three, are they going in a cart on their own?
Yeah.
Okay, and then NPC cart. Cool.
And we are covering both carts.
All three carts.
That way we can't be identified by space satellites.
Yeah, we'll do 3 carts actually. We'll say to whoever's driving the third one's like, we'll cover your cart for free.
I mean, well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's the 3 NPCs in that back cart. So front cart is Braun, Zedaar, Darius, Johanna. Then it's Ruby, Valmir, Zep in the middle cart, and then in the
Ruby said she wanted to sit with Zedaar. And that's why I thought we could fit the 5 of us. Because I know 2 of us are big, but Sophie is also, a teenager. She probably wouldn't take us much space.
Okay, so you're going for the at a push 5. You wouldn't be able to sleep like that, but you can travel like that.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine.
I mean, Braun
I'll
can
go
get
into
out
another
if you want to
cart
sleep.
during.
How long
If
is
this
the
is gonna
journey
be like
due
an
to take?
overnight, yeah. If this is an overnight thing, Darius will sleep in another cart, but he wants
Yeah,
to
so
spend
you're
as
about
much
to
time
travel for about 120 miles. So that's 4 days.
Braun
on
also
foot.
doesn't need to sleep, so he could step outside the cart to keep watch.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
If
So
he's okay with, stepping out while we sleep. Presumably.
No, I'd imagine we would set up camp when we sleep anyway.
Well, it depends if you wanted to sleep in the carts or if you wanted to camp with the
Tents.
wagoners.
I think it would make sense to befriend the wagoners so that they would be more inclined to not talk about who we are. If we are just some suspicious people that they are transporting, then they would be less inclined to be defensive towards us. Is my thinking.
Zedaar would not have an opinion on one way or the other. I mean, it'd be a lot more comfortable to just sleep in.
Let's see what the first nights let's see where the campsite's set up at. If it's better if it's going to be rainy or wet or something like that, we can just stay in the carts with the covering on. Can't deal with anything.
So you set off, taking the southern coastal route. The weather today is a little cloudier than it was yesterday. Yesterday was quite a sunny day, but it's pretty clean underneath. As you're going across this road, to the left of the wagon train, there's a large forest, and then to the right you have the coast. And it varies in sort of elevation of the road. Sometimes it's slightly cliffy, sometimes it's just open beach. And it's all pretty scenic and pretty nice journey. The road is well traveled. There's a couple other wagon trains coming across, and everything kind of is going pretty well. So wagons will go at double speed of walking pace. So yes, unless anyone wants to do anything on the journey, we will go to the first stop.
Oh, Ruby's
Darius?
just gonna.
Well, do you want me to just do the whole intelligence check things for teaching at the end of the day?
We'll
or
do an
during
end
the
of day probably with those.
Okay. All right. Then yeah.
Ruby's just gonna ask Zedaar about his home.
Go for it.
I've been around a little while, but I haven't seen anything really outside of Nadathal and now Retberry. I'm just kind of curious about your home.
The Triumvirate of Atria. It is west across the sea. Truth be told, I am probably about as far away from home as I can possibly get without being closer again. The country is ruled by 3 classes, all divided down by the rulers that represent them. And largely, it is all a unification underneath the benevolence of Bahamut.
And Bahamut
There are
is
other gods, of course, but
The Bahamut is the god of your dragon kind.
yes.
Interesting. good deity, I'm assuming? You wouldn't worship it otherwise. You seem to be nicer than some of the other clerics I've met in my time.
Ammit is a deity of action. Many would proselytize the words of their deity. For me to do so is to take action. It is why my spells require me to chant stories of dragons and heroes who have come from the past.
I approve of that. Action is a good thing. I approve of action.
I certainly think it is worth it. Who needs a weapon when your words are power?
There's a smile to her face at that one. Oh, fair enough. It's nice to see somebody else who's guided by ideals and faith.
Do not strike me as an individual of great faith.
Oh, in my own way. Faith in my ideals, if that means anything.
Close. Yes.
There was something that happened to me a while ago that kind of changed my perspective on a great many things. Excuse me.
Barking clearly.
Just a
Caravan
random
dogs.
stray dog next to the
Caravan dogs
wagon.
is all good.
Damn dogs are everywhere.
And that is when the hounds attack. Everybody roll initiative.
The two things that Reane and Empire are known for: their steel willow shields and just stray dogs everywhere.
There was something that happened a long time ago that kind of changed my perspective on a lot of things, and part of that came with a set of ideals that I tried to keep very close to me. I respect that, and I respect others that have such things.
I will keep this in mind. You have always been an impulsive individual, but impulsiveness is not an inherently evil aspect. Many of youth are like this. It is hard to learn patience.
It is part lack of patience and part there are times when matters are clear cut and sitting around and debating all day is just doing nothing. I get the impression that you and others were thinking that I was power hungry when we were at the cube. It's not like that. It's a simple matter that it is better in the hands of people like me than people like Greer.
Yes, but the argument was, is it better in the hands of anyone, or is it better inside the cage? I will not argue. It was the right decision in the long run, and I will not make another one regardless. But to say that you had made the right decision there is the same as a little girl making the argument that the blue banner is the best one. When the soldier leads the battle with the blue banner and they come back victorious and they wonder, "Girl, how did you know the blue banner would lead us to victory?" And she says, "Because I like the color blue." The logic does not track. But it was the right decision in the long run anyways.
Well, unless anything else wishes to be said, the day goes slowly. You break for lunch at one point, but it's a relatively peaceful journey. The numbers of travelers going past, lots of other traders coming on to the ships, going past, sorry. You can see ships out in the Bay of Gold. In the very, very far distance, you can see possibly where Retbury was, but it's almost a distant memory at this point as you... Well, not distant in memory, but it's less of a thought as you draw further away. But as the day turns to dusk again, the caravan pulls to one side. Ahead of it, just down a small incline, a small village set in the river, and the caravan leader, a human male, just goes, "Right, we're going to camp here for the night. A few of us are going to go into the town, see if we can't pull up some ale or anything, but we're going to stay outside of it, just because the roads can get a little bit clogged up with other traders. But what you do is up to you guys. We're going to set off at dawn again in the morning."
What town?
That is the town of Osfield.
Oh, we got along.
The only thing this map doesn't have is distance tracking. Unless I just don't know how to do that.
Right? Yeah,
you
no,
can.
no, it doesn't.
No. There is. There is a way of doing that. You can add your own rulers and such to the maps. How?
Tools.
You go to tools. You go to
Route, I'm guessing.
No. Route is adding roads. There is a way of doing this. One thing you can do under the layers, there's a scale bar, and you can look at scale.
According to this, it's 75 miles from Brodermouth to Osfield.
Yeah,
I believe that is correct.
We got along.
It's downhill is the thing, so it went a bit faster. But there is.
Back in my day, our trade caravans traveled uphill both ways.
There is a way to add rules.
There's actually a great YouTube video that talks about how that is theoretically possible, by the way.
In the snow without shoes.
I know why. It's because the ruler is already on the map. If you zoom out on that save, the ruler is over in the Zardom of Duradin, and you can grab that and move the two ends of it around to the places you want to.
Zardom.
Big black and white line.
Big black and white line if you have rulers on your layer. So it's 66 miles.
On mine.
So under layers,
you have to have rulers toggled on.
Rulers on, and then you'll see it. And also, you can add more points to that line and make it less straight by clicking the middle of it. And then double-click those icons to get it off.
Okay, so from our starting point
72 miles.
to our end point, 800 something miles. Okay, that's crow flies.
153 total.
Got a ways to go.
But yes, are you making camp with the wagoners, or are you going into the village? Or
I'm
town?
quite happy to stay out here.
I'd rather, stay out.
And what you see, if you look towards down the hill towards the village, you actually see a river running straight through the center of the village, and a small wooden fort as well. Like seems to be like a almost moat and bailey across, and the town itself is actually on a little island in the center of the fork of the river. No walls, just like a keep fort.
Does anyone have any opinion or opposition to sleeping with the rest of them?
I think staying out of the village is good, because at this point, nobody in the village knows who we are, what we look like, or anything like that. But there's a chance if we go in the village, they will. So.
I agree.
And it's a little dinky rural town, or rural village, so I don't think we're going to get, even if there's an inn in there, it's not going to be that much better than just making camp here.
A little town, a quiet village.
Please don't get me killed by Disney. The mouse don't fuck around, okay?
Well, that's when it comes to fan
Valme,
films
you're
for
muted.
some reason.
A giant mouse has arrived. Roll initiative.
Hey, as far as I
See my
understand it,
sons, will ya?
the mouse isn't the mouse actually going to be not copyrighted here soon?
Yeah, until they extend it again.
Oh, they won't let that happen. They'll burn the world down before they let that happen.
Allegedly.
But yes, okay. So two of the caravanners start walking down the road towards the village, whilst the others start setting up a camp. You may also set up a camp as well, should you wish to. Those of you who are, give me. I think Zep can build tents without too much of a worry. But if anyone's finding firewood or wants to go look for game or anything, please give me a survival check.
Yeah, I'll go
Make it a learning experience for
This is
my
unfortunately
new
an area where Ruby does
squire.
not fall into any expertise. She just sits there and looks cool.
I'm gonna try and look for some game Survival, did you say?
Yeah, so are you going separately to Darius, or are you...
Well, Darius is just going to make this a learning experience with my new squire, and we're going to be going out with Marjorie as well, and we're doing a firewood gathering.
Okay.
Teaching her the intricacies of gathering wood that will actually burn.
Okay.
And other things. So,
Zedaar is just going to make a point of, I'm just going to use create food and water to make food and water just so we have it. And that's the point. There's not really a limit to what kinds of food I can create, so I'm just going to make what appears to be bread, chunks of cheese, like slabs of meat, make some rudimentary sandwiches.
And Rudy,
doesn't it specifically call out that the food you make is not...
It's bland but not nourishing. It doesn't specify I can't create different types of food.
Okay, so you just
It's
have
bland but nourishing. Yes.
It's flavorless cheese. It's
yeah, I was gonna say, so you just have
Okay.
American slices.
So
It's just
for the
it's
Brits,
not very
there's
strongly flavored or gourmet, but like I
Tesco's
imagine
basics.
I can make. I can make
But
like
Ruby,
Sainsbury's
but
basically.
Ruby, but Ruby with prestidigitation. You know what? Now it tastes like pepper jack.
Yeah,
Sure.
Yeah.
But it has the texture
Christ.
of American singles.
It's canned cheese.
You know what? It's not cheese.
You
It's
can't-
ches.
this is why you don't get sandwiches.
It is made from cheese cultures. It's just as good.
Food so good you can eat it. Synth cheese. We're living in cyberpunk world.
So good you can. That is the same quality as Little Caesars. It's hot and ready. Is it good? It's hot and ready.
Food so good you can eat it is actually a phrase stolen from Freakazoid.
Wow.
Good.
But
So the
yeah,
WB don't come after us.
Valmir, give me a. Oh, you haven't given me a survival.
I don't even think they
Give me
remember
a survival.
Freakazoid. Yeah.
This is one of the
I will
WB
just
cartoons.
Set up a camp to the
Oh,
best of
I
my abilities.
was on the 20.
So
Hung
Valmir,
there.
you actually you start going out in the forest and party,
Hunting Darius.
about 4 hours pass and Valmir hasn't come back.
He just comes back. Darius,
No, he-
I got a big one.
No, it'd be funnier. He becomes hunted by a deer. They organize and start going after him.
It's about 11 p.m. now and Valmir still hasn't come back.
That's
Should we let him learn?
This is a
Or is it-
learning experience.
Yeah, should we let him learn? I mean, he's from the Underdark, so
Learn
it's
what?
kind of
To roll better?
a like what you should. Well, you never go hunting alone.
Darius. Just help me find him.
Well, I have to make a
This
check
is-
for firewood and learning
Yeah,
and
give me a
everything
survival
else that I
check
did
as well.
today.
This is where we
And
learn that Darius
give me an
also didn't come
intelligent-
back. No,
give
we
me an
can't find
intelligent-
him. He has to learn.
Well, here's a survival check for
Not
firewood.
when you're fucking squires.
Do I get like advantage or something? Because I also have
Half
Marjorie.
the party
and
just never comes back.
everything, or is it just a general
with the
survival check?
you can choose to take one either on the learning or on the actual survival.
I'll do a regular survival. If it'll roll. There we go.
Stop.
16.
Okay.
So,
You find enough
And-
firewood for then probably tonight and tomorrow.
right. And I'll take the advantage on the intelligence check for teaching today.
Awesome.
21.
Nice. It's coming along really well. She's really starting to, and also like the manual, so like the manual aspect of how you're teaching her with like actually doing tasks. Like you did some sword fighting, you've done some now looking for things. You're going things like stick, like
Yeah.
it's helping the get the
I've
neurons
had
firing.
a
on
kid
this and-
sister. Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
I know this. Yeah, direct knowledge. Okay. Yes. Let's go find our friend.
Okay.
Hopefully he's not dead.
But
To
I
assist
still
in
have-
this. Sorry, go on. No, go on.
Well, I was gonna say, I actually still have locate object prepared, and to my knowledge, the only glaive we know of anywhere near here would be his. So
Don't
he doesn't
waste
have the
it
glaive
yet.
anymore.
No, I'm not gonna
He-
say anything.
He might. I don't know what he has, but let me just see if he's left obvious tracks.
yeah, right.
We are literally camping right now. is
I'm
not such
going to go and
Valmir.
find him.
Yeah.
So who's joining a search for Valmir? Darius is,
Ruby will.
Zep is. Okay, so you're all
I'm
going.
Going
Braun is-
to I'm just
Yes.
going to quickly ritual cast detect magic and use that to assist
Okay.
because I'm imagining that he is magical in some
Braun,
way.
Braun is going to stay and look after Johanna because Johanna has actually fallen asleep at this point.
Been a hard day. She woke up at like 5 a.m. because I forced her to.
Yeah, and
And-
she's a lordling. Like, this is the way.
We'll try
That's-
that out of her.
Yeah. Valmir. Okay. You
Yeah.
Get up a tree. I
Throw-
swear it's gonna be amazing.
for
I
a
found a
while,
puddle and got scared.
you heard and saw this beautiful, beautiful white stag,
Oh, you're going to say that?
and you thought, I can prove it. I can prove that I am good at something. I can show Darius who the fuck I am. And you begin hunting and you follow it for some time, but every time you try to get it, because I'm not sure you've got a bow, you're trying to shoot this with your
Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, this is hitting it with the Eldritch Blast. The thum of the force hit just keeps spooking the deer, and it keeps getting away from you. And you go deeper and deeper into the woods. Light begins to become funny, but you don't really realize this too much because you're so focused on the deer, and you've got dark vision. Actually, you've got devil's sight, so you pierce through the darkness with your eyes, and that just the white just keeps getting to you, and you see it, and you come to this babbling brook, and you think the deer has crossed it. Are you going forward?
I mean, hell yeah. I mean, I've searched for this white stag enough in CK3 and CK2. So I'm going for this bastard. I'm going for it.
Okay. Amazing. You cross the babbling brook.
Amazing.
Thicker and thicker wilderness. And you keep going. You keep going. Investigating team. How?
Like a survival.
Yeah, make a survival check, and if you've got anything in your background or anything that you want to waiver, we've also got Detect Magic. This is all going to change the DC. Also,
Right.
Valmir's actions are changing the DC as well, so we'll see.
Well, I want to weigh the fact that I am a trained mercenary and knight. So I have not only been hunting my entire life, but I have also had to, at multiple points, track the deadliest prey, man. So
I'm not a man. And tiefling.
I'm not going to be that mean. I could have said, you've proven that. But let's go. Very mean.
I'll fucking get you for that one.
It's all right. It's all right.
Valmir,
I
one of
you
the-
do a
didn't
big
get
bad.
knocked out by a bunch of shit, so I'll be alright.
At least that didn't happen. Yes.
Yeah. 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 So can I weigh that for advantage on the survival check as I track my friend?
Absolutely. Give me a survival check.
Wow.
Valmir luck is affecting other people's rolls. You
Yeah.
set off into
One
the
or
forest.
two.
Valmir, back to you. You come to an opening beneath a subtle hillside. The trees break, and in the center, stands the illustrious white stag, now shining in the moonlight at the center of this grove. What do you do?
I would like to cast Hex upon the stag
Okay.
and make it have disadvantage on dexterity checks.
Okay.
And then I would like to Eldritch Blast it.
Okay. Give me. It's 2 attacks now with your Eldritch Blast, isn't it? So give me 2 attacks.
Yes.
Heck, is an AC of 10, probably.
Well, there's the first. And there is the second.
I hit the bastard with Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
And then I guess damage.
Yep, roll me some damage.
I assume damage.
Mm-hmm. Roll me some damage.
Hex. Does that give me extra damage or no? I don't remember.
Mm-hmm.
1d6 necrotic.
I
believe it might be dead.
So as you hit this white stag, the purple, and you see a bright flash of purple ichor as these two eldritch blasts plunge into it. And from what you see, there is no stag now in the center of the grove.
It disintegrated it.
You don't know. Do you walk towards the center of the grove?
Yes, I do.
Okay. In the center of the grove, you see not a stag, but a humanoid covered in green body paint, unconscious.
I believe I may have fucked up.
I missed something.
Valmir just killed someone.
Oh, okay.
Is this humanoid human or elf or?
Upon investigation, they seem to be human, with a little touch of elf, maybe. It's a male, and they seem to be wearing rough-hewn trousers, but the rest of their body is like covered in this artistic vinage pattern in body paint. Their skin is very pale, and their hair is of a similar silver hue to the stag's coat.
This is very interesting. I'm going to use my rope and bind this humanoid's arms together, tie him to like a tree or something.
Okay.
And,
so you're going to drag them out of the grove, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Just roll me a perception check.
Ah, shit, asking me to roll things. It's not what I'm good at. I'll take it.
An 18. As you begin to drag the unconscious individual out, you hear a twig break and some scuffling in a nearby bush line.
I immediately cast darkness upon my ring.
Okay. So surrounding you in a 20-foot radius, the dark ichor of the clouds comes towards you from the night sky, encapsulating you into this dark cloud.
I'm going to scan around, see if I can see any movement in the tree line.
Give me another perception check.
Even better! Oh my god, my rolls.
Yes. In fact, you see 5 individuals now in the bushes and in various trees, actually up high and low, starting to surround you in the glade.
I'm going to shout out and say...
They are like 140 feet
Are they coming towards my darkness sphere?
No, they are just watching.
Is this unconscious individual like holding anything?
At first glance, nothing. Maybe there might have been something in their hand, but not currently.
I'm going to try and wake up this individual.
How are you planning to wake this individual up?
Slapping his face? I don't know. Just try and wake him up with... Wake up, bitch.
You try to slap this completely unconscious, no response.
Does it look like he has injuries consistent with my Eldritch Blast?
Yes.
I did a lot of damage to him. I do not know what to do.
Jump back to the previous party, the searching team.
Darius, just let me use my spell. I feel it to be the most adequate use of our time.
I've got this.
Because we have seen these same tracks 3 times already.
Yeah,
Well,
Zedaar, you're
it's not
highly
my fault he did-
perceptive, and you start to notice this. You've been walking around in circles for a little while.
It's not my fault. He took so many twists and turns. It's like he didn't know where he was going.
Just gonna go ahead and use locate object to try and detect the glaive that I always see Valmir using.
Valmir, forget, with your packed weapon, does it exist right now?
No. Doesn't.
Zedaar, you do not sense the object.
Well, where is he?
He's more than 1,000 feet away. We have to get closer to him. You
All
have to
right.
follow the trail.
Yeah, which way's that? Oh, right. I have to find it. I'd make another survival check to track his track.
Go for it.
Try and track it.
Is my detect
Wait,
magic picking up any of the Eldritch Blast scorches?
Give me a perception or investigation check. I will let you choose.
I think
Do I still
will
get
take
advantage on the
investigation.
survival?
Is anyone giving you advantage on the survival?
Zedaar
Didn't I
will
get
just make sure we're not going in circles.
6.
Investigation. Yes, you are starting to see to your east some of these burn marks, essentially, or these impact marks from the Eldritch Blast. Roll at advantage as well, Darius. Do roll at advantage with that stunning roll from
17.
Zep helping you. 17. Okay. After a little bit more fanning out, you go, okay, sort of, let's start again. You do start to find these markers of a trail that has been left behind by Valmir until you eventually get to a small babbling brook of water.
Well, this is the worst thing you could have done.
Logical thing would be to follow the brook downhill. It will reach the coast.
Why would
Maybe
he
it
cross
will-
the brook? Was he running from something?
No, that's not the logical thing. He's tracking something. I mean, he's tracking it poorly, but he's tracking something. So he probably
Would
thought
you
it
not
went
try
across.
to cross it if you're trying to hide your own trail?
Maybe he
was
is
being
running.
followed?
No,
We have been seeing these scorch marks after all. And surely if he is hunting, he would have brought a bow.
Yes, but it's Valmir. He might not have thought of that before he left camp. Truth be told.
Very well. Continue to lead the way, Darius.
All right, let's go. And I just start walking across. I'm doing a straight across the brook, just like not deviating from the path to try and catch him on the other side somewhere.
Okay.
Wherever he got out.
Deep is the brook.
It only goes sort of
It's
at
Valmir,
most.
so
It goes at most like to someone's knees. Like
yeah, he wouldn't have swam.
Head height for me.
Well, well, is it?
there's enough
I drank
stones that
my
you can-
potion
Is it
of water
insulting
breathing
if one of us
before I
carries you?
paddled.
Yeah, wait, no. This is Valmir. He'd never cross a brick. That's water.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Also
It
true.
must not be that deep because he crossed it. If it
Yeah.
was, like
if it
up
was-
to his like mid, like
it's
torso,
like
he would've-
mid. No,
it's a
it's
brook.
mid.
A
It's
brook is like not deep.
it's mid shin at most. Like
Yeah.
Okay, so waist height for.
for Zep, waist height Zep. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, let's go across and try and catch his trail again. It might be easier, it might be harder depending on the specific topography. Now that
Okay.
he's wet.
Give me a second's survival check on the far side.
Again with advantage, because
Yes.
okay. Just gonna assume that now. 19.
Okay, you miraculously continue to find Valmir's tracks and lead on. Valmir, back to you. You are currently. This music is way too cheery right now.
Back to you with your active murder scene.
Valmir, you are in shadow completely right now. The group seem to be of individuals that you spotted are just staring towards the darkness.
Are they armed?
They seem to be.
I am going to leave this unconscious man and go to where he fell and see if there is anything on the ground that he dropped.
Okay. You walk back. And give me an investigation check.
Yeah, there's the rolls back.
And now give me a perception check.
Yep. Tracks.
Okay.
That tracks, mate. Yeah.
Valmir, you look around and you don't see anything at the point at which this individual fell. And then after a good 5 minutes of searching, you've just been sort of, not 5 full minutes, but, you know, a little while of searching, you look up. And the individuals that you saw before have gone, including the one that was on the floor. There is no body anymore.
I'm going to try and retrace my steps and get out of the clearing.
Give me a survival
Nice.
check.
I'm going to go in the wrong direction.
Okay. Valmir, you think you find the right direction and you press on out of the grove.
It's like he's trying to
Valmir
run
is just
from
gonna
us.
be the rest of the campaign.
it's like he's trying to run from us. I think he wants to leave.
Back to the other
Boom,
part.
combat, high roll, high roll, high roll.
He looks
Doing
like
stuff
he
that will keep
murdered
you
someone
alive.
here.
Shite.
Murdering the innocent. There's your good rolls.
Yeah.
Other party. You come to this opening in the forest. Moonlight dappling this beautiful sort of break in the trees. A rock in the very center of this grove. And also signs of all the signs of the magical the blast, the eldritch blasts have stopped. But there is an aura about this grove which Zep senses with detect magic. This place is magical.
Whoa, wait a moment. This place is radiating some kind of magic.
I'm going to check the dials to see what kind of magic this is radiating.
Oh right, you're right. Yeah, you have a like the Ghostbusters thing like going.
This it's a mix of both abjuration magic, and also it's abjurative magic, but also elements of transmutation.
It is abjuration with some kind of transmutation as well. Defensive and changing.
Right.
That is all I have. I just know that there is an aura. It is not one singular place. It is just here.
All right. Well, hopefully you noticed that, given the fact that he is magical himself.
Whatever it is that is chasing him must have chased him in here.
I don't think he's being chased because he's not active. Well, I mean, I don't know at this point. It's odd. It's like he has no drive.
Who knows what kind of predators would be out here at night?
There's no sign of him being injured, though, so...
Yeah. I mean, predators in a forest like this close to a settlement, probably like foxes, maybe a wolf or a coyote, or whatever.
We're getting pretty far from Sophia, and I'm concerned that he may accidentally find his way back if I'm tracking him. Do one of us want to turn back and check on the camp?
Are we is it like a big semicircle we're going in, or is it pretty much a straight line away?
Ruby's going to go back. You've been going, because of your misdirection at the beginning, it's difficult.
Pretty random.
Yeah.
Pretty random? Okay. Either he's a master of evasion, or...
Oh, yeah.
Or he had no idea.
Magic has been of no help, so I will go back with Ruby. I think you two can handle this.
Okay.
All right.
So you two return. Darius.
I'll give it another hour, and then I'm going back.
Let's say I keep the food warm for you, but you don't like my food. Zedaar just turns and
already
walks away.
eating. I just have like a trail ration I've been chomping on.
I'd like some coffee when I return.
Of course, Zeb.
Thank you.
So can I check and see what happened here, or where he went from here? Or am I making how cold's the trail?
What are you looking for?
I guess we need to go inside.
Are you going into the
sign
glen?
of him? I'm trying to find him at this point.
So,
at
give me a general investigation check of the area then.
Could I also do an investigation as I am looking too?
What's your bonus on investigation?
8.
Okay, I'll assist to give you advantage because I only have a +2.
Okay. Yeah. This is what Zeb does. He knows things.
You're muted
24.
24. Okay, there is clear signs of a struggle in the center of this. In the center of this glade, there also seems to be a number of creatures, a humanoid, some animaloid, that are that leave to the far side of this this area.
Whatever it was that was chasing him led him here. And I guess they fought and then left.
I don't think he was chased. I think you're giving him a bit too much credit.
Yeah, I think I am as well.
I appreciate it. I appreciate we're trying to save that, the perception, but I think he's just lost. I think he's just lost. And he forgot a bow.
Are you continuing on?
Happened.
I think
Well,
that
like
we should-
halfway back to camp, as an artist leans in. How long do you think it's going to take them to realize that they're all lost at this point?
I know exactly where I am.
I don't think it's
On
a
the
matter of
trail.
realizing it with Renat Darius. I think it's a matter of admitting it.
My Syrinscape just crashed. There we go.
Just chuckles a little.
Yeah, my Syrinscape crashed as well.
I know that I have an
17.
ego, but at least I can admit my faults.
Oh. You're
Your
lucky.
ears burning over there,
Darius.
Darius.
You're lucky Darius didn't hear you say that. I think he physically had to eye roll in the middle
While
of
we're
his
fixing this for
search.
my sake, make me a perception check. Just roll me perception, because Zedaar's gonna mumble something here in Draconic. I want to see how well she makes it out.
I speak Draconic.
I know, but I still want you to roll it just because he's mumbling it.
All right, give me a second.
Okay. But anyway, back to Valmir. Valmir.
Yes.
Continue.
Progress into the woods. It gets deeper and darker. And you start to hear. Let me check your languages actually before we progress.
Whoa, Syrinscape got loud.
Yeah, it did. I'm trying to adjust it because it broke a little bit for a moment. I apologize if
This is
a bit-
how
I speak
this is how
Elven,
Valmir died.
Elven, Common, Undercommon, and Infernal.
Okay.
In before it's a hag.
Okay, Valmir, you hear. You pick up that there's words that are very similar to Elvish, but not quite.
Told you.
And they're like dissonant
Still
whispers as you get into the deeper and darker parts of the wood. Your darkness spell has faded as well at this point.
You should probably run.
I am getting kind of scared, so I'm going to cast Armor of Agathis upon myself also.
Yeah, you cast Armor of Agathis on yourself.
Oh my god. Don't split the party.
We have thoroughly split the party. This party is currently split in 3 ways, by the way, because Braun's not
No.
with us either.
It's 4 ways now. Valmir, returning
Technically, we have to
team,
call Valmir,
searching
yes.
team.
So
camp.
Valmir team 2, team 3, and camp.
Yeah. I'm just trying to get him back to the
Reminder,
camp.
the majority of us
Let's
have
get an
DM'd a fair amount in our lives. It should know better than to do this.
To be fair, the one that did get lost is the one that isn't a DM, but the rest of you should know better.
We're mixing it up, spicing
Valmir,
things
but
up a
anyway,
bit.
Valmir.
It was a very quiet session.
Valmir, what are you doing?
Hitting myself.
Okay, are you hiding? Are you running? Are you trying to reach out to those the whispers? What's going on?
I am trying to get home. I am.
Valmir can get away to safety before the excrement hits the rotating oscillator.
Yeah.
The voices start to get louder, and some of them start to speak towards you in Elvish as well, and you hear the words. Intruder.
I would like to respond in Elvish and say, not by intention. I am lost. Can you help me, please?
They attacked the woods.
I was hunting. I did not know your.
The Guardians.
I was unaware it was an accident. Please help me. I would like to leave now. I will
Roll
never
me-
come back.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Oh, shite.
Fortunately for you,
Valmir rolls?
hunting is their word for burning down the forest.
Trying to reason with forest spirits.
Persuasion.
I think it's reason. I think it's more like begging.
Oh
for
shit! I'm
right.
good at this one. Let's see. Am I rolling good?
You shouldn't
No,
have said
no,
that.
no,
You shouldn't
no,
have said
no,
that. I knew
no,
that was coming.
no.
The second that he said, "I'm good at this," it's like it's gonna be a natural 1. There's no way it's not gonna be a natural 1.
Valmir, in front of you, a bright light appears in the break between 2 large and
light.
distorted trees. From that light, a female figure, silhouetted, appears and floats towards you. Her skin pale, features elven, her eyes completely black, her hair pure moonlight white. You.
Hello.
Who are you to disturb the forest?
Someone who is very lost and looking to go home.
Valmy, what do you look like right now?
I would imagine if I'm alone in the woods and an hour has passed, I wouldn't have bothered putting Mask of Many Faces back up.
Okay.
So I would look like me.
You of fey and evil blood. Why do you step foot in the sacred grove? And behind it you also hear this female voice is cutting through, but there's also other whispers with this voice. As if the wood itself is also in unison with this speaker.
I am going to drop to my knees and say, it is not my intention to disturb your peace here.
As you drop to your knees and you put your body weight onto the floor, vines erupt out of the litter leaf below you and grapple your legs to the floor.
I would like to leave if that is permissible.
You who attacked a guardian now begs for forgiveness. Why should we help you, Dark One?
If I knew it was a guardian, I would not have done it, if that makes any better.
And with this comes out with massive like reverberance as you feel the ground shake next to you as well. Have you no respect for the woodland groves? Darius and Zep, you now feel a shaking ahead of you in the woods. And you also begin to hear these whisperers in sort of a light and kind of almost joyful tone. And you hear an execution. We gotta get a traitor.
In what language?
This is actually in common now.
Okay.
Well, that can't be good.
I told you he was being chased.
No, I think the opposite has happened. I think he got himself into this situation. And I start walking forward and say, well, let's go help him. Or at least find what's left, honestly, at this point. And I start, like, going quicker down the path. Because I'm assuming we're in a deep forest, so whatever he went down. Oh, yeah. I'm just like, okay, gotta move now. This isn't as
Zep,
funny.
like on the back of Darius, like clutching on,
or
you're just running? Okay. Okay.
Darius is afraid to like suggest that. I just think it might be insulting. So should I carry you? It's like
Valmir, what are you doing? You are this spectral elf is floating in front of you. Your legs grappled by the earth itself.
You really need to put a bit better emphasis on what is allowed and what is not. I had no idea I was coming into a sacred wood. There's no signage, no markings to say no entry. Like, what is the boundary of the wood? And can I go to it and go the other side of it and leave, please?
The boundary of our grove. Once spread much farther than you see now. then the denizens of this empire, and they say it with such a bitter tone that you hear like creaks of the trees, as if that is, as the word empire is so decaying for them to even hear. Set us back.
I am not a part of that empire. I am not of that place. I am from far away. This grove is far from my home, and I merely wish to pass through it.
Give me a...
Don't make him roll.
I was gonna say, give me a persuasion check. I was trying to work out if this is disadvantage or not, but I think it's a straight roll.
Do the people at camp notice anything, or is it just another quiet evening?
Nope, just a quiet evening once you return. Wow.
Jeez.
Hey.
That will hopefully do.
You are right for one thing. The Empire would not take kindly to you. You cannot be from here. Yet, you have spilled blood in the grove, Darius and Zep, at this point, you quickly move and you see this dip in this part of the wood. Valmir in the center with a moonbeam light shining onto him through a break in the trees. He seems to be bound by vines, by the legs. You just see him, though, in a pit of light, talking to someone.
As
Whoa!
we approach, I will launch a little helicopter thing that will fly out towards where Valmar is and cover him in a force field sanctuary.
Stop!
Oh,
Stop! No sudden movements!
I'm doing
No
it.
sudden movements!
I'm doing it.
So, Zep, you're
fucking
casting...
drone.
What is the range on Sanctuary?
30 feet. So as soon as I'm in range, I'm doing this.
Okay, so you're gonna have to slide down the hillock a little bit probably to get closer to it. And you cast Sanctuary. Can you put that in chat? What that does?
Zedaar,
Everything's
I
got
have
to do a
bad
wisdom
feeling.
check if they want to harm the subject of sanctuary.
Okay.
Like wisdom saving throw.
I don't know.
It isn't possible that all three of them managed to get themselves into trouble. Surely not.
I was told to do this.
Okay. Cool.
Let's go find. See if we can find them. Oh, I'm sorry.
Zep and Darius, give me a dexterity saving throw.
God damn it!
Do you think seem calm at the camp? Like is
Absolutely.
handling covering so
Yeah, it's a standard shit that they've got something
It's
cooking.
saving throw.
Saving
Zedaar will just
throw.
gonna begrudgingly like pick himself up, take a bite out of the meat. He was like,
Let us go save the day.
That tracks.
All right.
Both of you.
I'm the one who gets the worst of it. No, don't do.
Yep. Darius, they grabs you by the wrist, and like you are like strung by the trees, and in fact they grab you so much that the vines sort of pick you up slightly, and then two more grab you by the legs, and you're like splayed as though a man about to be flayed between two trees. Zep, you are grabbed by one leg by these vines as well. Valmir, you have spent, you must pay the price. And then it looks,
but he doesn't have any
More.
money.
and then you hear the voice. You all three hear the voice. Intruders. There are more. This demon spilt blood in our sacred grove. And you guys in the moonlight now, you see this spectral elven figure appear. And you come to defend him.
Well, in a legal sense, maybe if this is a trial, technically.
Hello, guys.
Yes, a
What did you
friend.
do?
I got myself into a little bit of a pickle.
And
Zedaar?
with that, we will end tonight's episode. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Okay, Ruby, one last thing. What do you want?
Ruby's gonna look at Zedaar. Right, I haven't done this before, but maybe this will help us find them a little bit faster. And she is going to twin cast Fly on herself and on Zedaar.
Okay, so with you sensing something is wrong, and 3 of our party being a little caught up, we'll be leaving this until next week. Thank you so much for watching, everybody.
Tiffis is in one of the bushes just waiting to spring out and help.
He's been tracking us.
Can you imagine? Can you
The office
imagine?
actually, Kifis is doing ventriloquism right now.
We will be back next time.
Greer.
Thank you
Yes,
to
Greer.
this to our wonderful cast. I've been joined by Mordred Viking, Lord Lambert, Commissar Roach, DM Opal, and DM Lake. I've been Midgeman. This has been the Elendor Chronicles, brought to you by the Component Cast, and we will see you next week. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye bye.